This video contains subject matter that may be offensive and disturbing to some people. If you are the type to require a warning throughout a video or show, let this message serve as your warning. This channel discusses the harsh reality of true crime. If this warning is not sufficient for you, consider a different genre and unsubscribe from my channel immediately. What's going on, freaks? Sounds like there might be an arrest that was made in the Idaho 4 case. I'm just trying to get all the information as we're speaking. Yes. I know there was going to be a press conference today, and obviously that's what it was about. And it seemed like that's what it was going to be about when they announced one sort of quickly. Oh wow, I got like 17,000 emails here. Just a second. All right.
This morning, a new appeal for information to solve the November...
Just a second. Kind of had to jump on here really quick. Hey, thanks a lot, Emily Flotilla. Never illa. Man, my email box is full. Hold on, we're just going to go over this in a second. I just got to get everything set up correctly. Okay, there we go. Got that, and there's going to be somebody cleaning leaves outside, so sorry about that. So it says, man, hey, thanks, Melinda Motimaiden and Tony Ijinwa. Okay, man arrested in Poconos in connection to murders of 4 University of Idaho students, sources say. A 25-year-old man was arrested Friday in the Poconos. I mean, how crazy is that, man? Like, about as far away as you can get. With the murders of 4 University Idaho students, law enforcement. So maybe this is it's a 25-year-old man, too. You know, I mean, it's not way outside of their range, but yeah, I mean, older, right? Sources say that authorities knew who they were looking for and had tracked Kohberger down to the Poconos Mountains in Pennsylvania. So they actually have a name, Bryan Kohberger. Hold on. That's such an unusual name that that's going to show up in here. There aren't going to be 2 Bryan Kohbergers. I'm just going to, yeah, there you go. Well, that says 28 and Pennsylvania. It's got to be the same guy, though. Although it's spelled Bryan, and that's Pennsylvania. So is he a serial killer? I mean, this is freaking crazy. This one says 28, but there aren't going to be 2 Bryan Kohbergers in the United States. All right? Bryan as well. I mean, no chance. And also, this guy lives in Pennsylvania. This one here says 28. Hold on, let me go. Idaho. You guys can probably hear the leaves guy out there now. All right. So I make sure I have it in the right folder here. Let's see. There we go. So now we'll put the guy's address in there. Yeah, I mean, this is not. If you're 28, man, then you're way outside of. I mean, you know, they're not. He's not 21. That makes him seem almost like a serial killer type. All right, Bryan Kohberger. All right. I guess does he drive a white Elantra? There's no street view there. All right, let me get back to the article. Sources say that authorities knew who they were looking for. Wow, so they knew the whole time. So was all that other stuff just kind of crazy stuff? Oh, he's a graduate student there? Okay. Down the post. Well, let me just get reading through it. A SWAT team entered the location Kohberger was staying in and took him into custody, sources say. All right, so he was a graduate student. So maybe he had his eye on them the whole time. The police department announcement of the news conference at 4 p.m. Eastern time comes a day after police said they were received. And isn't that weird? Because remember they said yesterday they were going to clean it? And we were talking last night, hell, maybe they're going to make an arrest. Well, there you go. That's pretty funny. After police said that they have received 20,000 tips. And I remember somebody yesterday said that he was smiling more than normal, but he always has a little bit of a grin on his face. But maybe he really was. After police say they have received about 20,000 tips through more than 9,025 emails, 4,575 phone calls. And guess what, you guys? Have you heard this guy's name mentioned on any of the super sleuth body camera footage people out there? Anybody? Yeah, I didn't think so. The students Kaylee Gonsalves, 21, Madison Mogan, 21, Zaina Kernodle, 20, and Kernodle's boyfriend, Ethan Chapin, 20, were likely asleep when they were each stabbed multiple times. Yeah, this is so bizarre. So where are you reading that he's a graduate student? Is it in this article or other articles now? Let me just type in his name. Okay, there's another one. A suspect in the killings of 4 University of Idaho students was arrested in eastern Pennsylvania, law enforcement officials said Friday. Arrest paperwork filed by Pennsylvania State Police in Monroe County Court said Bryan Christopher Kohberger, 28, was being held for extradition in a criminal homicide investigation based on an active arrest warrant for first-degree murder issued by Moscow Police Department and Latah County Prosecutor's Office. A law enforcement official confirmed the arrest to the Associated Press on condition of anonymity. Because, I mean, I'm proud that I could say that word that first time, you guys. That's one of the hardest words for me, somehow, for some reason, to say. It's pretty crazy. Because they could not publicly discuss details of the investigation ahead of a formal announcement. God, hold on. Just send me, you don't need this. If you send it to my phone, I can't use it. Yeah, send it to my email if you're out there. Whoever, Ada, send me the. Yeah, it kind of has the incel sort of look. I don't know if you can. Hold on. This guy right here. You know, probably just got tired of. Alright, there he was. I guess the phones work. I didn't even think of doing that, what I just said. Yeah, this is one of those times where I get like 17 million emails and messages, it's too hard to keep track of them all. You know, it's just. Hold on, just trying to. It's the same one. Yeah. So I guess he's a PhD student. Look at that. That's crazy. PhD student, Bryan Kohberger, WSU Pullman. Man, that's wild. This is getting a little bit more creepy right now, don't you think? I mean, it's turned into sort of like what a lot of people thought maybe was going on here. A serial killer type person, right? I mean, this doesn't sound like somebody that was partying with them. It doesn't even sound like it's somebody that would have been over at the house, unless there's some other information out there. It sounds like somebody exactly. The psycho that would have been parked up in the back behind the house, looking down through the windows, monitoring, watching, and then one night making his move. Right? Doesn't it sound more like that now? Because, I mean, if you're 28 and you're a doctorate student, I mean, I guess there could have been contact, like he saw them. I mean, did he have a part-time job there somewhere in the town? But now it's not like he was some, my theory about being somebody, close in an inner circle or just on the fringes, that doesn't even sound right now, because this guy is, 28. He's not hanging out with those guys. Yeah. And thank you very much up there, Foggy Morn and Christy Quasi. Yeah, and if you guys could hit this subscribe button, I'd really appreciate it. I'm trying to get to 100,000, in the next few weeks here. That'd be pretty sweet. Thank you very much. And hit that like button for me. A law enforcement official confirmed... Amber sent me that photo, so did Ada on the phone. Law enforcement official confirmed the arrest to the Associated Press on condition of anonymity. Because they could not publicly discuss details of the investigation. God, man. Had a formal announcement expected later Friday. The student, Kaylee, let's see, they're going to go through the killings again. But the case broke after law enforcement asked the public for help finding a white sedan seen near the home around the time of the killings. The Moscow Police Department made the request December 7th, and by the next day had to direct tips to a special FBI call center. That would be interesting if that's what turned it in, like, just finding a car on a street view or something like that. Gonzalez, 21, and Rathdrum, Idaho, Mogan, of Rathdrum, Idaho, and then Mogan, 21, of Coeur d'Alene, Idaho, Kernodle, 20, of Post Falls, and Chapin, 20, of Mount Vernon, Washington, were members of the University Greek system and close friends. Autopsy showed all four were likely asleep when they were attacked. The stabbing deaths shook the small town. Yeah, I mean, what's weird is, like, the original theories were that they were all sleeping and the person just came in and killed them while they were sleeping. And so that makes more sense now, too. It's not some guy that was sitting around and... Man, this is just absolutely crazy. Yeah, I know there's a press conference. Yeah. Thanks, Liz Marie and Rap Today and Mama 457 Rose. You guys said, Gray, he worked at the Department of Criminal Justice and Criminology in WSU. You can see his profile online. Okay. Well, did you send me the link? I mean, make things easy for us, I just came live because I could see it, and there isn't really time to go out and, you know, do a deep dive into somebody. Thanks, Simple Life Days. And if I do a search where graduate students, that one's shit. Everybody's looking that one up. Look at this. This one you can't even go to because it says from Albrightsville, graduated with associates in arts and liberal arts, psych. Wow. Everything's just kind of frozen up here. I'm not reading anything from Reddit. Somebody goes, read this, Gray. Here's a Reddit post. Yeah, well, no thanks. All right. Thanks, Marlene. Thank you very much. I have, like, look at all these emails that came in. These are all new ones from down here. You know, it's a lot. So let me see if I got any. Yeah, don't send me YouTube links. You know, I can't play somebody's YouTube video unless it's a press conference from a public official or something like that. Oh man, everything's just really slow. The internet seems like it's crashed almost because of this. Yeah. Sorry about this. Little congested over here now. Wow, it's Crystal, aka Beaver Gaming Sub Crystal, the longest name in YouTube history. Haven't seen you in a million years. Alright, let's see. A person linked to the slaying of 4 University of Idaho students has been taken into custody in Pennsylvania. Police in Moscow, Idaho have scheduled a news conference for 1 p.m. Yeah, so how about this? You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to open up the lines and you guys can call in and tell me what you know. How about that? Because it's getting, there's so much information flying and coming in. Chloe, Blowy. Blowy. I just called him Blowy. Oh my God. I sound like my mom. What do you mean his Reddit post? I mean, people just type in the craziest shit, man. If he made a post on Reddit, then I'll look at it. Okay, here we go. If this is from him. Alright, so apparently this is on Reddit here. From 7 months ago. My name is Bryan, and I am inviting you to participate in a research project that seeks to understand how emotions and psychological traits... Oh, by the way, you guys remember last night that in the Crystal and Kylan case, the comments that person made, I kept going, God, that sounds like somebody else, and that was Alan Phillips in the Schnee Oberholzer case. Remember how he said, I just have these feelings I can't control. That guy had the exact same feelings. I just wanted to remember to tell you that that's where I was thinking that was from. In particular, this study seeks to understand the story behind your most recent criminal offense, with an emphasis on your thoughts and feelings throughout your experience in the event that your most recent offense was not one that led to a conviction. You may still participate Additional surveys are included after the open-ended section as to best understand your unique traits. The study should take about 15 to 20 minutes. Your identity and answers provided are completely confidential, and the link to the survey is also anonymous. You must be 18 years old. And that's his email right there. And please note the following survey asks you details. The study should take you 15 or 20 minutes. Oh, what's it say? Forget it. I'm not going to do the survey. Man, this guy, man, unbelievable. Well, hey, a useful moment for Reddit. That a suspected killer made a post on there. Awesome. God, and then people send me something you can barely read. It's just... Fox News essay what? What does that mean, Rebecca? Full sentences, please. Hopefully you got the right guy. Well, of course they got the right guy. Yeah. This obviously is going to be the right guy. They spent FBI 6 weeks doing this. I guarantee they got the right guy. Gray, that's not how it works. I know, but that's my opinion, okay? Wow, Gray. Wow. Yeah, isn't that cool? Let me do the... Did I get Zoom open here? It's not open yet, so...
Recording in progress.
Trying to get the phone number out there for you guys to call in. If you got any information, we could go over that. And keep in mind, I'm usually sleeping at this time, so. All right, the numbers are good up there. Yeah, there's a number on the screen. I just told you that. Wow. I'm just checking emails that I'm getting. Yeah, we got that. Where I'm doing a show. It's funny, like 20 minutes, 30 minutes into a show, I get emails. Gray, they made an arrest. Well, you're obviously not somebody who watches my show too often. Yeah. Well, I'll play obviously again later in the evening. I mean, I don't know what's going to go on right now. Do I stay on all the way up until the press conference? I mean, that's like 4 hours. That's crazy. The suspect's name is Bryan. Hold on a second. I don't have it memorized yet. Bryan Kohberger. Kohberger. And Bryan is Bryan. So here's his name, Bryan Kohberger, and I guess he's a WSU grad. He's a doctorate student. Here, I'm putting it in the chat, and I'm going to post pin it. There we go. And now you can wait. What happened? Shit. What in the hell? You guys are typing so fast that it blew by the. There it is. Alright, it's at the top now. Yeah, I'll definitely come back when it starts. I don't know, I might even stay here. I don't really know what's going on, how this is going to work. I kind of want to just start looking around for this person. Well, here's Heavy's already got one out here. Bryan Kohberger, Idaho murder suspect. 5 facts you need to know. Almost kind of looks like an incel, doesn't it? Bryan Kohberger was identified as the suspect accused in the stabbing deaths of 4 University of Idaho students were killed in Moscow, Idaho. Kohberger, 28, was arrested on December 30th, 2022 in Monroe County, Pennsylvania. The accused man, full name is Bryan Christopher Kohberger. According to News Nation, reporter Brian Enton, who posted the suspect mugshot on Twitter. Oh, there you go. There's the mugshot. Yeah, he doesn't seem like somebody that's, I didn't do it. Kohberger is facing extradition to Idaho. See, here's the thing. They were probably on this guy, and we talked about that they might have been on somebody, and we're just not going to get to hear anything, and that's why they're not sharing anything. Now, what's weird, though, they said the break in the case came, at least they're saying, after the white Elantra was mentioned. But, man, that was kind of late, you know. That was only a couple weeks ago, wasn't it? Maybe 3. Kohberger is facing extradition to Idaho on murder charges. The news station reports Kohberger, an Albrightsville, Pennsylvania native, is a graduate student at Washington State University in Pullman, not far from Moscow. That's what Amber said up above. According to the WSU website, Kohberger is pursuing his PhD in criminal justice and criminology. Oh, jeez. Well, it's not my fault. I was just trying to get a feel for criminology. It was part of my study. That's what he's going to claim, right? I was just immersing myself deeply into the topic. The death has roiled the campus town. The 4 friends were found inside a home. The deaths were previously ruled a homicide. Well, of course. Why do you need to even say that? It's just previously ruled a homicide. These individuals have been identified as Ethan Chapin, 20. Yep, we know that. What's this say here? Oh, that's just going over the names again. Okay, Kohberger was taken into custody in Monroe County, Pennsylvania, reports say. NBC Philadelphia first broke the story that a man was in custody in the Idaho murders without naming him. The man was referred to in the NBC Philadelphia story as a person of interest. Authorities have not yet confirmed the arrest. NBC New York called the man a suspect in its headline. Well, it is now. They are holding a press conference. And so you knew when the Idaho, or the Moscow, Idaho police said they scheduled a press conference impromptu and quickly, that means there's something big going on. The other ones were all scheduled. You knew about them a day or so before. Yeah, I know he's 28, Bill. Yeah, we just looked him up on Ben Verified. Yeah. They will be holding a 1 p.m. press conference on Friday. Police Chief James Fry will give an update. All right, let me try to do something more with this guy here, though. Bryan, Kohberger, and then I'm just going to get rid of the C in there. And maybe get rid of that. There's only going to be, that name is so uncommon with a Y too. Bryan and then Kohberger. Anytime, custom range. Let's go back from like 2015 to, actually more than that, 2014 to 2021. Does he show up in here? Yeah, that's crazy. So you can't even really go to their website. It's broken down, the graduate student page here. I know, he's 28. ABC's wrong. Yeah. Fake news, fake news. Well, how about this? He could be he could be 25, but when you look him up on Ben Verified, he's 28, and then other places list him as 28. So that makes more sense to me. And he looks more like he's 28, and he's a doctorate student, which usually that's about right, because well, I mean, it takes 4 years usually in that to get that, but it's 2 years for usually just getting a master's degree. So he'd be 24 done with that, and yeah, it sounds way more likely to me. Yeah. Yeah, so like on Ben Verified, he's 28. Let me see if he's got any criminal anything at all. I doubt it. No. He only has 3 addresses he's lived at, always in Albright, Pennsylvania, just like they said. It's interesting that they don't list anything in Idaho, because he would have to live there, I would think, for a while. This is the last known address that I have for him right here. There's no street view there. You keep looking at that. Is that a white Elantra parked next? I don't know. I don't even think that's a car. Wonder why I chose those 4. Yeah, I mean, man, this is it just got really creepy really fast, didn't it, you guys? And thanks everybody for all the super chats up there. Appreciate it. Getting near the end of the month here. Few days back, we sent $1,000 into the Zana Kernodle endowment, and then this month we got to send a whole bunch more money into the DNA fund. I try to donate over 50% of the net revenue from the YouTube revenue, right? So we sent in. We have a DNA fund that we have where we work with. Well, Identifinders International is the one that actually does the genetic genealogy, but we come up with funds for places that don't have the money, and we pay for the entire thing. And we've got about, I think, 4 cases are in the books right now waiting to be solved. We've got one we had to, the DNA didn't work, so we got a hair sample from the person, and that's the one that's $8,000 more. It's more expensive but more accurate, so it's gonna be pretty good. Just to let you know, we're doing that kind of stuff on the side over here. We don't just, even though it's we're doing true crime YouTube, we actually try to make a difference. All right, let's see. You can go look it up. Look up Daniel Armentrout on the New York Post. That's one of the 2 cases that we've paid to have solved. I don't know if it'll hit when I'm gonna hit 100,000, but welcome, Lisa. Yeah. All right, let me check my email and see what we got. Yeah, we saw that study. Oh, that's so weird because I just got the ledger just now in the email. So we sent in on 11/14 they got the 2,500, on 12/7 4,000. So right now our balance on the DNA fund is 26,401. And so this is what we've put in over the years. It's been used down. So that's what we have left in there. So we've put in, gosh, I don't know, 45, 50. I'd have to add it up, but you can see here's the spreadsheet right there. Yeah. This year so far, I think the number, let's see, 3, 5, 7. I think it's, wasn't it 20? Where are we at here? Hold on. The DNA fund, we've put in 23,000 this year so far. Yeah, there we go. Very cool, very cool. So thank you, freaks, for allowing that to be able to be something we do. That's funny, it just came in just as we were. Arrest document. Nothing really on that. Hey, thanks, Kathy S. Yeah, people keep sending me the Reddit post. Let's see, my line. Yeah, well, call in the phone numbers there, you guys. The phone number should be good. So if you have anything you want to add to this, or if there's anybody out there at all that knows something about this person, let me know. All right. I mean, he seems like somebody. I don't know, man. What does he seem like to you just looking at him? I mean, he's a doctorate student. He almost has a sort of a little bit of a feeling of that. What's the one guy's name that went into the Aurora movie theater? Yeah, remember how he was studying about the sort of the same thing that he is? Yeah, he does seem like he's probably a serial killer-like person. Yeah, James was it Holmes? Yeah. Right. Remember how he was studying psychology or something, and he was wondering why he felt that way all the time? And it's weird, too, because when you look at that guy, he doesn't seem like somebody who would be able to go in and just, well, I don't know. You look at Elliot Rodger, that guy weighs about 109 pounds, and he killed 3 guys with a knife and then killed 6 people, or more people with, I think 3 more people with a gun, and then, went on a rampage. This is where he lives, that Bryan Kohberger guy, in Pennsylvania. In looks like near Stroudsburg there. So he lives about as far away as possible. I mean, Idaho is almost complete. I bet he lives over 2,500, well, like right around 2,500 miles away, I would imagine. All right, 618, you're on.
Good morning, Gray.
Good morning. Who's this?
It's Brianna.
Oh, it's Brianna. What's going on?
Oh, not much. I know absolutely nothing about the guy. I was just calling because you said, if anyone had any comments, and I have a real quick one.
Well, make a comment.
Okay. Well, I will admit, in addition to my interest in true crime, I will admit to a guilty pleasure interest in most of the CSIs, most of the NCISs, most of the Law and Orders.
Yeah.
And I always thought it was so trite and cliche when they would have their, villain of the week, their, bad guy, be a member of law enforcement that, was bad all along and he was always evil. And I was like, oh, that's so stupid. That would never. Apparently that happens a lot. I guess the whole thing about, they want to be part of law enforcement or close to law enforcement is true.
Well, it's weird that he was studying it.
Right.
He might have been studying it to be able to get away with it, and that's why it's taken so long. See, I bet you early on, law enforcement, people called it sloppy, but in reality, he did get away with it for 6 weeks, something so brutal, or more than that. And so you wonder if he studied criminology to be able to, learn things to not do to evade detection.
Right. Like people who really study the profiler's profile of them so they can adjust themselves to not fit the profile.
Right.
Or learn just enough about how to stab 4 people to death to walk out of there with no blood on themselves.
Yeah, exactly.
Crazy. I hope it's him. I mean, I don't doubt it's him. I told you 2 days ago, I was like, they know who it is. I know they know who it is. They're going to arrest somebody.
Yeah, that's one of the things we were thinking about for a while. Like, they either know who the person is, and some of the stuff is just, like, that's why they're being so secretive about it, because they're onto somebody. They just have to put the pieces together. And then there's ones where you think, man, they don't know anything, because they're way late in the game. They're asking about a white Elantra,
Right.
So.
I will admit, though, I thought the car was like a red herring. I didn't think the car was like the big piece of the puzzle. I thought it was going to be.
Well, we don't know for sure. We'd have to wait
else.
till the press conference. Like, we don't know for sure if the Elantra is. That was just in an article. Let's see how that goes. I mean, they might say that a tip from an Elantra in the community led to them looking into that person, and then the DNA matched, everything worked, and they've got it. So. Right.
He's not necessarily a rando, though. I mean, if he was a grad student at a college 10 minutes from Moscow, he may have been in the same frat as Ethan.
Yeah, well, I was thinking, what if this guy, is a grad post, is a doctorate student, but he was in a fraternity earlier, and you can still go to parties and stuff, like, when you're older, even though, you're kind of creepy. I mean, 28 years old.
Yeah. It is kind of creepy, but as long as you've still got your PIN, they'll still let you in.
Yep. Is that like a rhyme?
Not on purpose. I just realized that I did that, and I apologize profusely to everyone.
Yeah. Wow. Let me hold on. Just let me get that. All right. To let you in if you've got a PIN, everybody.
Right.
right,
Yeah.
there
Though
we
that deserves a very sarcastic wow. Just wow. I did not do that on purpose.
Yeah, okay.
But I need to get back to work.
All right.
Lots of wrecked cars to look at today. So.
Okay.
All right. Thank you
Thanks
for
for
taking
calling.
my call as always, Gray.
Oh,
Talk to
thank
you later.
All right, see ya. Bye-bye.
All right. Bye.
Is the chat going by too quick for you guys, or? I can't even tell how many people are watching right now. Where does it say that? Okay. You have to hold on a sec. This is the guy again right here. Let me put him on the screen. That's apparently his arrest. Look at his look on his face. I mean, absolutely nothing. I mean, I guess that's what you might do, but you know, when you're being arrested for a homicide, you think you might give a shit a little bit. Wow. Wow, that's crazy. Thanks, Jules Sanderson. God, it makes you think totally differently. I mean, it makes you... See, this is why it's so important to have a name or in some information. Because it makes you think differently. Because now it's not going to be some friend in their group. It's not the boyfriend. It's not the... that's why I kind of... Like, when, you know, I had a theory on the boyfriend, but then you just sort of have to back off of any... I didn't even put his picture out when I said it. Because you just never really know, but it was just a theory. And then when they took him off the list, he still sounds interesting every time you go over the story. But they said at this time they don't think he's involved, so that's when you quit talking about him as much. You know, like as a, like, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, right? So here we got a guy that's 28 years old who likely... I mean, just given the circumstances here, it seems like he must have stalked the house, and maybe there was an interaction that he had with one of them at one point. Maybe even Kaylee. Like, this guy is a graduate student. Maybe he talked to her. She was single for a little bit. Maybe she was sort of slightly interested in this guy that's, you know... in a doctorate program, but then just I wasn't really that interested, and then he took great offense to it. But I don't know, man, this guy seems more like a serial killer like person, doesn't he? I mean, you got this guy that's taking criminology he's in the criminology doctorate program, and he ends up murdering 4 people. That seems like a whole different deal here. Right? Isn't that crazy? And this might have been his first like foray into that world. Unbelievable. That's right. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like Holmes. You know, how Holmes studied himself. And thank you all for being here. If you guys could hit that like button for me, that'd be great. And also subscribe if you're not a subscriber. We do true crime shows every single night of the year, basically. I mean, I think I have 3, maybe 2 or 3 nights off the entire year. I know that's pretty crazy, but it is what it is. Let me slow down the chat a little bit. It's really zipping by here. And if you're a channel member, there's no delay at all. But if I have a lot of channel members too. That's right, Ultra Dark CEO. Let's get over the 100,000 at some point. At least let's get over 99,000 on today's show. All right. The TikTok live. I didn't know they did TikTok. By the way, aren't we supposed to all get rid of TikTok? You know, the spy software by the Chinese, apparently. Or China. Not Chinese people, but China. Oh, God. Man, slow down. All right. Yeah, press conference is at 4, yep. I mean, 1 o'clock my time. So that's going to be in 3.5 hours. Anybody else call in? So here's the thing. Why don't you call in and give me your thoughts here? 801, you're on.
Hey, Gray, how you doing?
Hey, what's going on? Who's this?
Shanna 360.
Wow, Shanna 360. What's going on? What do you got?
Boom. Hey,
That's right.
okay, so real quick, I've never done this before on any channel, but you're so close to 100K, Gray.
Yeah.
And if anyone deserves to be 100K, it's you, man. So
Well,
if you're, we've got over 3,000 people watching right now. If you have not subscribed to this channel, please subscribe to this channel. Gray is amazing to this community. He brings original content. He's awesome. And, yeah, I just wanted to say that
was
you guys
nice of
need
you.
to subscribe to this channel.
Well, thank
That's
you.
all. And I mean, if you're not subscribed to this channel, you love Nickelback. Alrighty.
All right, see you later.
Thanks,
Thank
Gray.
you. Thank you
All
very
right,
much for the nice words.
Thanks.
you.
Bye.
Bye. He looks like the guy in the recent release photo at the bar. The one everyone said was... No, it doesn't. Oh, wait, you think he does? I mean, like he shaved a beard off or something? Yeah, that's sort of interesting. Are you talking about the guy sitting next to him that had a beard on and the same kind of hat that Jack had? Oh, I better slow it down. Hold on. All right, I'm going to make it 120 seconds. There we go. I mean, if he had a beard on and he was sitting there, maybe, but I don't know. I don't think so. I think it's... doesn't make sense to me. And thanks everybody for your super chats and whatnot. Welcome, Kimberly Faye. Hey, look at that. We got over 99,000. Hey, we got up to 99,025. Then thanks you for the Shanna 360. I think you got me a bunch of new subscribers. Really appreciate it. Yeah, I usually do 3 or 4 hour shows every single night. Sometimes we just go over old newspaper articles on cold cases and missing persons, and you know, I try to, you know, I'm trying to mix in current cases and stuff as well. So, and whenever there's a case like this, of course, you got to cover it because that's what everybody wants to talk about. Yeah, and hit that like button, you guys. You know, it's really simple. You just take your thumb out if you have one, and you press the button. Maybe even your index finger. Well, thank you, Canadian Cookie. And man, that ice cream that Plato sent. I brought some over to my parents' house. Gone. Just gone in like 2 minutes. Yeah, I try to, on my channel, I try to rationally think through cases and just talk about things that are known. You know, I do theorize as well, like everybody else, but I try to do it in a rational way. The only real, you know, like the main theory that I had one time was on the boyfriend of Kaylee, because it just, there was a lot of things, and police were looking into him. The law enforcement was early on. So it seemed like, man, that there's some interesting things there. But you know, when they cleared him, then that's, you know, that's it, right? Wouldn't that be weird if he, I mean, if he drove that Elantra all the way back home? That'd be crazy, wouldn't it? If that was his. Oh, let me get this. I got a call here. All right, 425, you're on. Hello. 425. Hey, Chasing Truth. I think we just recorded an audio podcast. We'll see how that goes. She just goes, Gray, read half of this. Hey, 425, you're on there.
Hey, Gray.
Hello.
Hi, it's Jody. Oh, it's Jody H.
Who?
How are you?
Wait, who is it?
Jody.
Oh, Jody.
Oh, sorry, Jody H.
Jody H.
Jody H. Yeah.
What's going on?
Great. Oh, this guy, this theory. I want to tell you my theory. I was like, I'm going to tell you. I've been wanting to call and tell you, but I've been, well, I live on the East Coast. If you come on late, I'm usually tired or busy. But I'm like, I'm going to call him today, even though I'm working, because I want to tell you my theory. I've thought all along that somehow this has got to do something with Ethan and Zena, perhaps. I think it's some guy, like the lady before was talking about the frat, that he knew vaguely, like obviously outside of their circle. An acquaintance he knew vaguely. And maybe they, perhaps, if he was in town, I know he was from Pennsylvania, were in town that night, Ethan just happened to run into him, and Zena, because I don't know where exactly, if they were at the fraternity all night or if he was there. I don't, you know, obviously we don't know. That maybe they were joking around or something and said something that, you know, just, he was already irritated over something, and it just sent him over the edge. And he just, you know, followed them home, found out where they were. I don't know. And, you know, ended up killing 4 people in the house. I don't know. It's a crazy theory, but that's been in my head. A stranger that is pissed off, that gets irritated by something said that was said jokingly, but he didn't think it was funny. You know, something like that.
Well, it could be anything. Are you doing the Monday morning investigation? I got to do a poll here. Okay. Yeah. Because I had some information a while ago that, like, you know, maybe there was bushy eyebrows related to this, and that kind of looks like, you know, like I was told some information early on about maybe the suspect having bushy eyebrows. And I think this guy does sort of have that look to him. I mean, that's interesting. Crazy. I thought it was more of a dark.
Are you joking around or?
No, I'm actually not joking around.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
There was actually there was more to the story than, like I said before, the surviving roommates. I think. Saw and heard a hell of a lot more than anybody knows.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Oh wow. I lost my train of thought. I was going to say something. Oh, I was watching somebody else for a brief moment, and they said that he looked like his nose was broken.
Yeah, he does look like that.
Does it? I thought, well, maybe Ethan swung at him or somebody in the house swung at him. I mean, obviously we don't know.
I think that's what he looks like. That's his look.
Oh, okay. Okay, well, that was all, Gray. I'll let you go. I just wanted to get my theory out there. You know, because later on, oh, yeah, you can say that now, because now this is out.
Right.
So I've had it for about 3 weeks, so.
Well, you should have put it out. You should have put it out 3 weeks ago. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I love the channel, Gray, and I love supporting the channel. And I love what we do here.
It's awesome.
Yeah. I love the group effort because it's just like, I love it.
Yeah.
I love it.
Well, it's so cool because
Anyway.
you guys, when you guys send in super chats and whatnot, it supports my channel, and then I have made a commitment to use a large portion of the YouTube revenue for various charities, and we've given this year so far, if you're new here, this year $55,750, and since January 2020, $120,250. Now I know that's not enough for the Reddit crowd. You think that is some kind of a shameful thing, but I think that's pretty amazing for us to be able to. Oh, look at that! We've got a troll already. Hold on a second.
Oh, great.
Yeah, it's already out of here. Okay, good. All right. Well, thank you for calling in. You got your theory out there. You're on the record.
Yeah, great. Yeah, you guys, you support the channel and you get your name on the wheel, you might win something. I won a mug, so.
Yeah, well, that's just sort of like a giveaway at the end. But anyways, hey, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Have a good one.
All right.
All
Thanks, Gray. I'll hang
Bye-bye.
with you and I'll be here for the press conference. All
Okay,
right.
cool.
Bye.
Bye-bye. All right, here we go. 916, you're on.
Hey, Gray, this is old school.
Old school.
Yeah, I'm old. I spent 30 years in the military, and I'm a psych major.
What do you got?
Anyway, when you said you checked Bryan out on Ben Verified, I went to TrueFinder.
Mm-hmm.
I couldn't find anything on him, but I did find on newspapers back in August
I was going to go look on there.
2019.
Yeah, what did you find on there?
Yeah, I went. Well, it just said he made the dean's list at DeSales University.
Mm-hmm.
So he's been jumping around. If he went to DeSales,
I saw that. Like,
and
it
then,
just popped up on. There was something online, and it said that university. I mean, where is that located?
Pennsylvania.
So.
It's Central Valley. It says he's from Albrightsville.
Yeah.
When he was there in 2019.
Let me look up here. Yeah, I'm just gonna look him up. Bryan Kohberger.
Bryan C.
I'm just gonna. I'm not even gonna do
Christopher.
C. You get. There's only gonna be one of these people that's ever been. I'm gonna put the quotes around both sides. I already see the one here.
It said to qualify for the dean's list, the student must have a minimum 3.25 grade point average.
That's pretty shitty, though. Why would you be on a dean's list with 320?
Well, it's a B average.
Well, that's not dean's list material. Area students
yeah,
on dean's list. Bryan C. Kohberger, Albrightsville. So that's the same guy. Yeah.
That's it. And that's the only one I could find. I put his name in quotes on newspapers.com, and that's the only thing that popped up.
Yeah.
So I wanted to ask you something.
You've been under the radar. Yeah, what do you got?
Yeah. Okay. Remember back when the story broke, TikTok and all these videos, and it was saying that either Maddie or Kaylee had a sorority jacket for sale, but some dude had paid $50 for it and kept writing and saying, "Where's my jacket? Where's my jacket?" So that could have been him, because he obviously had to be watching.
Wait, what are you talking about? I didn't understand what you...
A jacket. There was
the
sorority
jacket. Yeah, but they put it back on the thing. The cops did. They didn't even... Are you talking about the jacket that was found that night at 3 in the morning? I don't know what you're referring to.
No, this was a sorority jacket for sale.
Yeah.
And some guy, it was a guy, he paid $50 for it and never got it. And he was upset about it. So I'm thinking, okay.
Well, wait a minute. What is the stuff that you're talking about here? This is just this wild stuff. Like
I'm saying I saw it early on in the case that somebody, if this guy who's out of town, he had to know the house. He had to have been watching them online, and a guy bought a jacket from either Kaylee or Maddie and was upset that they did not send him the jacket. And this was early in the case. the story broke. I think it was.
Is that an actual verified story? That sounds like something kind of.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just saying for motive. Okay.
Your motive is wait. So you're going to kill 4 people because you ordered a jacket?
No, that's not. No, stalking motive. A stalking motive.
So he wanted the jacket as a souvenir.
Souvenir, yeah.
But then he didn't get the souvenir even, so he went in and killed him. And
well, that's the question. If he was at Pullman, which is 8 miles away at Washington State or a university there, he had to have access to that house. He had to know the layout. So my question, because I love your 3D models you did, so I wanted to ask you, just looking at social media, when the co-eds put their pictures and their videos on TikTok, could somebody get the layout like you did?
Yeah, maybe. I mean, but that was just put out there after the fact. But you could go on to Zillow and see it. But anyways, I got these other calls, and I got this article I got to read really quick. So
okay.
But hey, you got your theory out there. You never know, man. Not man. A man, like when you say guys, come on, guys.
Right.
I know you're not a man. All right.
It's okay.
How do you know, Greg?
No, I'm a co-ed. Don't call a college girl girls.
I hate the word co-ed. I hate the word co-ed too. What the hell does that even mean?
That was my generation. It means a female college student.
But why? Why are they called? But why are they called co-ed though? Why not? Like I don't even get that.
Well, because it's an old school term. It's you're getting a co-education, just like why do fraternities only get to serve alcohol and not sorority? It's a carryover from history.
Yeah, I just never liked the word co-ed. She was a beautiful
co-ed. I like
co-ed.
the word.
The co-ed?
Well,
what do you mean co-education?
Well,
you're equal. You're not a like this weird co-ed.
Co is co-education. Yeah. And calling these women girls, let me tell you, if you call a girl in a military uniform, she'll give you a dirty look or probably punch you. Yeah. She's an adult woman. Right. And I looked this up, that college students quit being served 3% alcohol at 18, I think it was in 1997. That's so wrong. Okay. If you can serve your country, you should get a drink at 18. I agree. That's ridiculous.
I agree with that.
Okay, that's all I have to say. I'm sorry.
All right. Well, have a good one. See you later.
All right.
Bye.
You too. Bye.
All right. Nicole just sent this one to me. Police make arrest in University of Idaho murders. The person of interest in the November stabbing deaths of the University of Idaho students has been arrested. Law enforcement sources have confirmed to both NBC News and ABC News. The man was taken into custody Friday in Monroe County in northeastern Pennsylvania. Arrest paperwork obtained by the Associated Press said 28-year-old, Bryan Christopher Kohberger was being held for extradition to Idaho. Police in Moscow, Idaho have scheduled a press conference at 1 p.m. Pacific Standard Time Friday, likely to share more information about the arrest. Law enforcement officials told NBC New York a white Hyundai Elantra was found outside the man's home. There you go. Boom! He drove all the way home. Moscow police had previously asked for help finding a similar vehicle that was seen in the area at the time of the murders. Kaylee Gonzalez, 21, Zena Coronado, 20, and Madison Mogan, 21, lived at the house where the bodies were discovered. A visitor, Ethan Chapin, 20, see, doesn't that make sense now? Like we've been talking about that Ethan was possibly, and maybe even likely, somebody that wasn't even supposed to be there. Like this person went in there, but we don't know. I mean, the story could be that that's the connection through Ethan, but just based on what we know now, it sort of feels like he was in there to attack the girls, or at least one of them for sure. So there you go. He has a white Elantra. He probably drove it all the way back home. God, that's so crazy. Wasn't Bundy a grad student? I mean, this is getting weird now. Getting weird. Yep. 919, you're on there.
Yeah, I just wanted to detail that he had a Reddit post up.
Yeah, we saw that. We read it earlier. Yep.
Okay, gotcha.
You mean the one about
That's all over.
the like you wanted? It was a survey one.
Yeah, that's it. The
Yep.
survey.
Anything else that you got? Never mind.
Detail.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Bye bye.
He already.
That guy was listening to the show audio in the background. All right, you guys, and also hit that subscribe button. All right, so we were doing pretty well, and it just kind of stopped right there. So let's keep going. Bing, 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 bing. And the like button, please. Thank you very much. Look at that weird number, 99090. Why was the search area limited by the police? I don't know. I don't know. They had it sort of south. Remember that? Quadrant south of the house. I think it was like this. The search area that they wanted camera footage from was over here. So wouldn't it be interesting if he lived in off-campus housing in this area over here? But I don't think so. I think... So here's how everything works right now. You guys remember the Elantra footage that came from that gas station right here at the Exxon gas station? Do you guys remember that? So if you remember that, let me know. Like, put a 1 if you remember the Elantra footage. It looked like an Elantra footage from the Exxon gas station at 3:45 in the evening. I have a strong feeling that car is related, because guess what? Watch this right here. Oh, you can definitely hear the leaves outside now. All right, but watch. That footage was taken like this. I don't care what everybody says. That car was driving like this in the footage by that camera right there. One of these cameras, okay? So, look how that makes way more sense now. This person is leaving. And they go out this way, and they're heading to Pennsylvania. I mean, I'm just saying, as soon as they leave, they get the hell out of Dodge. I bet you anything that he went to Pennsylvania that same night, drove right by this gas station. In fact, let me just do this for the hell of it. I'll just use Pennsylvania. What is this address right here? Let's do this. Get directions from... I just went to the wrong spot up in here. Hold on. I'm going to do get directions from, and I'll just use the GPS coordinates in here. Get directions from, boom, comma, and put in the longitude here. And then right here, I'm just going to say Pennsylvania. And watch this. Did it put it in there? I'm not sure. It looks like it tried to do it. I'm not sure if it got it. It looked like it tried to do it, but didn't really put it in there. Here, let me try that again. Moscow, Idaho, to... what's the name of that town, actually? Spartanburg or something? What was the name of the town, by the way? Can you guys give me the name of that town that he lived in? Spartanburg? Oh, Strasbourg, okay. There we go. I think it almost froze up here. It was oh man, brutal. Okay, here we go. Oh, they have it going up that direction. It seems like you could just cut across like that, though. Although, look at that. Looks like it does get cut off there. So, Or wait, is that how it works, though? Hold on, let me look. Where is this thing? So I thought it was Highway 8, right? So I don't think that's going to make sense. Just a second. That Exxon is on... Well, it was just right there on Highway 8 for a little bit. Does it show up on... Does it do that at all? No, it looks like you have to go north. What a crazy route to have to take. To drive, like, literally... I don't even know how many miles. 86 miles or something. Just to go east from there. Because it seems like you could go another way. If you took 8 and go down like this... I don't know. You know, I can see going a different way, obviously. Like right here's Highway 8. If you drove this way and then kind of cut down in here and got it, then you could get over, you know, down in this direction and then up like that. But the fastest way apparently is like that. But maybe he took a way that was less popular just to avoid detection. Because if you took Highway 8, he's going that way. And there could be a whole other reason that he took Highway 8, maybe to dump something. Don't really know. But that makes sense to me that he drove by that at 3:45, drove by that gas station right there. Yeah, maybe something like that. V-dub. I don't know if he was a hunter. Bryan Kohberger. Yeah, he doesn't even have a Facebook page. And this guy really... He was kind of like a ghost, really. I mean, he hardly has any social media presence at all. Yep, 99,110, you guys. Let's go. Let's keep on going here. And here he is again. So I asked the question, does it look like he has bushy eyebrows? I would think so. And I think that's something that's out there. So all I know is, you know, got some information a while ago that had something to do with that, like a bushy eyebrows, and that's about it. And there's 2 surviving roommates. So how many of you bought into the... Okay, the two surviving roommates, they get home at 1 p.m. and they woke up the next day in the afternoon. Is that how it works? Really? I mean, people walk in the door and then sprint to the bed, dive into bed, and immediately fall asleep. No, that's not what happens. What happens is they got home, and who knows what time they actually went to sleep. Maybe it was before Ethan and Zaina got home. and they go to sleep, but then something woke them up. Do you guys remember early on how they said that they locked their doors because they heard something, and then all of a sudden they got sort of quieted up there? I think there was a lot more to it than that. But man, I gotta admit, they kept the information really quiet in this case. I mean, Steve Gonzalez is about the only person that gave any extra information. It's Bryan. It's not Brian. No, they might have been, but they're probably not in protective custody anymore. I think what it was, they just put that out there so that the killer didn't think that there was somebody else that he needed to take care of that may have seen him. Because again, it's totally possible he went there to kill one person and ended up killing 4 because of the circumstances. Now let me get I got a phone call in here. All right, 707. Hello. All right, put you on mute. I got to get the other one. Let's see. 845, you're on.
Ray?
All right, 707. Well, who? Is this 845? Oh. Hello. Yeah, hold on. Okay, yeah, 707. Go ahead. You got to unmute yourself.
Hello? Can
Hello,
you hear me?
yeah, I can hear you. Yeah, what's going on?
Hi, Gray. It's Killing Me Softly. How are you?
You're killing me softly.
So I know we touched on this already, but I can't get it out of my head. With the access to all the information online these days, I feel this guy, we're not giving him enough credit. And what I mean by that is he was a criminology PhD. I think this was some sort of thesis in his head to where he could possibly, research a perfect area, a perfect town, the perfect crime, and, wanted to see if he could get away with it. And that's truly what I think happened here. I just want to know your thoughts on that.
I apologize, but somebody typed in something kind of rude up above, so I missed the
okay.
the main thrust, so I had to take care of it.
Go away, trolls.
They go, I guess, I've already sent you screenshots, Grant. This is the last time I'm going to try. Yeah, because all I do is spend time.
They want to feel important.
Yeah, it's like all I do is spend time looking at your comments, hoping to God you put something interesting. It's like I mean, there's 3,000 people typing in. It zips by. Okay, go ahead. Say that again. Sorry.
They want to feel special. Anyway, I just want to know your thoughts on that because I don't know. I get the vibe that he's obviously a smart person, and with all the online out there, he probably saw that house online. Saw the girls online, connected them, saw it as a perfect vulnerable spot. I don't know. It just, to me, that's what it seems like. It doesn't seem like an incel issue. It doesn't seem like somebody who, had some kind of revenge or anything like that. I think he really looked into this in every aspect to get away with this. And this was like a thesis for his end of graduating. As crazy as that is.
Yeah. Or I think he might have been in that schooling to learn all the things that he needs to. He was trying to become a super serial killer type person.
Right.
Like
yeah, it could go either way. Exactly.
Yeah. Maybe.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm just throwing out there the idea.
I
mean, it's interesting that he's in a doctorate in criminology, and then he kills 4 people, and it took him a while to catch him.
Right.
But maybe things didn't go the way he planned while he was doing it. But
yeah, well, we all know it's not easy to get away with it, but he got pretty close. I'll be honest, not because it took, it didn't really take that long, but I don't know. I guess we'll hear about the evidence. We don't know much about that, but I'm definitely interested to see what was left behind because I think he did his homework quite well.
Yeah.
So just my thoughts. Wanted to throw it out there. I know we've pretty much touched on that, but that's what I get. Like, that's the vibe I get for sure.
Well, you could absolutely be right. I guess we'll see. Well, I guess we'll see. You know, there's a press conference coming up at 1, so we'll see how that goes.
Okay, great.
I don't know if I might sit here the whole time. I'm not sure, but let's see. But anyways, I appreciate you calling in. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Gray. You're the best. Bye.
Right, thank you. Bye-bye. Yeah, somebody in the chat said, Gray, I sent you screenshots. I'm the last time I'm going to try. Well, where are they? You know, you didn't say what your name was that you sent them. Anything. My name is Bryan, and I'm invited. Yeah, that's the same thing. Yeah, so everybody keeps sending me the Reddit post where he asked people to fill out a survey. I don't need that anymore, okay? Okay. Yeah, I don't see anything from anybody like that. Screenshots. Probably sent it to the wrong place. Yep, Troll Be Gone smudge sticks. There we go. I gotta make that. It's gonna be an eraser for the notebook that said, maybe that's an idea. There you go. Troll Be Gone. There you go. I'll send out, eventually I'll add an eraser to the packet. The notebook with the pen with Troll Be Gone eraser. Oh yeah. It's a hell of an idea. I don't know. Well, no idea. Oh, that'd be interesting, right? If one of them filled out that survey. That's what that is, a suicide vest? It's amazing how he looks exactly the same in that picture as the other one. Where just it's a regular picture of him with his shirt on. I don't know if that was earlier or... Oh man, it's hard to keep up with everything. All right, well, the lines are open if anybody wants to call in. There was somebody that tried calling in and it kept bouncing off of them. You just have to try calling back in again. Hold on. All right. Yeah, well, I'm not there yet, Tawny Lee. We're at 99,137. But come on, you guys, hit that subscribe button. Let's get the number up there. Uh, 97.9, or I'm not sure what you're saying, Annie T. Oh, here we go. 845, you're on. Hello.
Hello.
Hello, there you are. What's going on?
Hi, Gray. How you doing?
Not too bad. Who's this?
I just have to say I love your channel. I started watching. I actually found your channel from this case, and I've been watching for the past few weeks. But I just wanted to say that I completely agree with you. In the past few days, or weeks actually, you've been saying how crazy it is that the... oh, by the way, this is Nick. I'm sorry. I didn't introduce...
That's okay.
Hi. You've been saying how, like, it's so odd how Ethan and Xana came home, and then Kaylee and Maddie came home, and then only those four were killed.
Right.
And now it's kind of making a bit sense that this man probably was chose them for whatever reason. I can't say why because we don't know yet. But chose at least one of them to stalk or to make it his next victim. And he just happened to be watching the house that night for whatever reason, and all four of them came home around the same time. Like, I don't personally believe that he knew necessarily the whole outline or the outlay of the house. I don't think he had been in there before, but I do believe he had been watching them, and they all just happened to come home around the same time, and it was unfortunate.
Yeah, I mean, that is something that's always been a question that I had since the beginning was, so there was two roommates that got home at 1. They lived. Then there was 4 roommates that got home after 1:45, and they all died. So was it something related to the timing of that? Or, and then people say, well, the other two maybe had their doors locked, but I don't know. It seems more likely it's something related to the timing of when they got home and that they were awake. I thought maybe that they were awake and witnessed somebody, so therefore all had to be killed and the other 2 were already asleep. He would have thought, but maybe they woke up from the noise and then locked their doors. We don't really know, but I think a lot of things to think about there.
Yeah. And also a few weeks ago, you had on your channel also about that there had been people like plainclothes police officers visiting the scene, and it turns out that their license plate was from Washington State.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm wondering if maybe there's some connection to something else going on there, since he was a student in that state, that the police have known for a few weeks at least that there might be a possible connection to another crime.
And
they were there and seeing the crime scene to connect it to their crime, maybe. I don't know, but this whole thing is so surprising and shocking. But I'm very happy for the families that maybe they can, and the people of Moscow, that they can rest a bit easier, maybe.
Well, hold on. Hey, Michael Schill, can you send me that Daily Mail to my email at this one? We'll see. This person in chat's claiming that Daily Mail said, was anyone else arrested when he was taken into custody? That'd be kind of interesting, wouldn't it?
Yeah, that would be.
Maybe another person.
Connected to it.
Yeah.
But I just wanted to just make a quick comment, and I just thank you for your show and for your dedication to victims of unsolved crimes and that. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it. That was nice
Thanks.
to say.
Have a great day.
Have a good one. Bye-bye. Yeah, that's what I think. He's just trying to make it seem like they're looking for somebody else. When there, 2 people involved in a crime like that, something's going to get out quicker, I would think. I'm not sure what you're talking about, Ramdoys. Just do something else. Yeah, the two surviving roommates. Yeah, they have nothing to do with it. Yeah. And so, just to ask you guys, doesn't it seem ludicrous now? The body camera fiasco garbage that was put out there about, oh God, one of the sorority sisters called in, the noise complaint. Oh my God, they took a picture without Kaylee in it. There's no way they would do that. Oh, yeah. Yep, not related. Yep. That's why that stuff is just mind-boggling, that people buy into it. Unbelievable. And yet everybody watched. Everybody said, great job. Wow, I've got chills. This person wasn't in the picture. Yeah, this guy right here is unknown. And if anybody out there says, oh, I was tracking him the whole time, you're a liar. And also what we're going to get now is the psychic saying, yeah, I heard at a hut. Bryan. Oh, you hear it said Bryan. I heard it. I said it the other day. It said Bryan in there. You hear that? Oh, Schubert. Yep. Oh. Bryan. Kohberger. Come on, you guys got to admit you heard that. It said Kohberger in there. Be honest, man. Happy New Year, Lynette Joy. I mean, these guys are crazy. Let me ask you something, Spirit Box people. How come your Spirit Box voices didn't just say, it's Bryan Kohberger? Can you ask yourself that question? Instead it was like this. Seen that? Bryan Kohberger. You get it? But yeah. You guys are going to be great after the fact. You'll replay some of the voices that you were listening to, and you'll definitely be able to find that name in there now. There's no doubt about that. Yeah. Yes, I do bring humor onto the channel, but it's not related to the crime itself. We said it was a person we hadn't been introduced to yet, and was right. Yeah. I mean, that's what you look at. You go, is it somebody that's close to him, or is it somebody completely unknown? And wouldn't that be creepy? And that's what we got right here. We got the creepy. And that whole thought that people had, like, the longer it's taking, the likely it could be a serial killer-like person because it's taking too long. And here we are. We don't know what this guy is or what he was about or any of that stuff like that. He was in school, doctorate school, for in criminology. Yeah, happy they got him by the end of the year. Yep. 856.
Hey, Gray.
What's going on?
Well, when I got up and Nancy looked in at the news, and she said, "Oh my God, oh my God," and then I turn on the TV and it's like everything is on blast. Well, remember when I told you when I spoke with you the other night, and I said to you that I saw that Fry, the chief. He seemed
That's what
like
I said at the beginning of the show. You said he seemed like he was more smiley.
He was asked a question, and I said to you, I said, you know, Greg, the way he had a smile, like something, he knows something, and it just gave me like a feeling that something's gonna, you know, he knows something. Mm-hmm. And now it turns out this. Now I don't know. I just feel so happy for the families, but I really, really feel happy for the police too, because a lot of people were really saying a lot of nasty stuff and everything, and I'm so happy that they got this creep, because he looks like a big guy to me. And
it's hard to tell. He looks sort of thin. Just looking at this picture.
He looks thin, but he looks tall, don't he, Greg? Look at the door in the back there, or the window, and he's right up there, or maybe Yeah, he
well,
looks.
well, that's
tall-
well. The thing is, when you see something like that, it's called forced perspective. If he's standing like 2 feet from the wall, the door. I see numbers over here. Maybe that's 5. I mean, if that's true, and that says 6 there, I mean, and but he's not against the wall again. So that's the thing is he standing right next to the wall in this picture? And if this is him and he is standing right next to the wall, you would think in a booking photo that's how they would do it. Then he's going to be about 6'8". Okay, I mean he's a really tall person. If that's true.
I wouldn't have estimated it to be that tall, but I was thinking.
Well, no, because right here, look at right here, it's 5 feet right here. That's what it looks like it says.
Okay.
And then this is 6 feet, and then like another dot line. I mean, hell, he's like 6'10". I mean, I don't know, but if he's standing 2 feet from the wall next to the camera, then it's all skewed. He could be 6'2", and this is all bogus the way it looks here. So.
Well, at least we know that law enforcement was not taking a day off, and we just as a little joke there, they didn't take a day off. They were working their behinds off trying to find this person, and they wanted to for sure. This was a awful case, and I'm really happy for them, and of course the family. But now I want to find out all the ins and outs about this guy, because we're just finding out. It's coming out all over. He was a student. Did he eventually graduate a doctorate? I guess he did then, right?
I don't know if he's graduated yet. I think he was still a student.
At 28?
Well, a doctorate student. That's okay. Get a master's, right. and then 4 more years.
Well, I want to find out all the ins and outs, and I'm sure you will. And I'm like, I told Nancy, put on Gray. She goes, you better text Gray. I'm like, Nance, it's 8:00. Gray's probably on it already. But I did text you to let you know, because I was stunned when Nancy told me and I turned on the news. But this couldn't be a better day for everybody. But so that's really all I have to say, Gray, that everybody's been on this case for so long, and everything you've done on this case with the 3D and everything. So I just want to know if he knew them. Did he know them, Gray, in any way?
We don't know that at this point. I mean, he's 28 and they're 21. It doesn't seem like
Yeah, I know. I just
we were just wondering maybe if maybe he was a Sigma Chi at one point. Don't know.
Maybe. Now, where was his home? Not in was it in Idaho?
No, he lived in he might have lived there off campus or something. He's from Pennsylvania. They actually arrested him in Pennsylvania, like 25.
Yeah, that I know, in Scranton.
I don't think it was
by the Poconos, I think.
Well, they had a different name of the town. It wasn't Scranton.
Okay. Well, here's the thing that gets me, though, Gray. What connection, if he lives in Pennsylvania, what connection does he have with those girls? And I'd say the girls, because maybe he didn't know Ethan was going to be there. What connection? What brought him to Idaho? What kind of connection did he have with them and that house? And here's another thing I'm thinking. Like, we always said, he had to know the layout of that house. Mm-hmm. Now, if he didn't, I find that bizarre, too. Because he got in.
The more I look at it, it's a small house. It's only 2,000 square feet. And if he just kind of watched outside and he saw that various lights came on in various rooms on the second and third floor, it's pretty easy just to, I don't think he has to have known it, but he could have got there before everybody, too. Like, he knew where they lived.
Yeah, maybe.
and he was in there walking around, or maybe even at like 2:30 he was walking around in the house or something.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, who the hell knows what he was doing?
Yeah, who knows is right. Yeah. Well, Gray, I'm gonna let you go. I just wanted to put my 2 cents in, but I'll be watching this after I come home from therapy all night long, and then you're coming on later, right?
Yeah. I mean, I don't know what's going to happen here, but it's possible I might just stay on until the press conference.
Oh, okay. Yeah, there is going to be a press conference.
Yeah, so.
I hope I hope it's when I'm home, but I'll be back in an hour. But anyway, all right, well, Gray. Well, you're going to be.
How are you feeling today?
You're going to be sore as hell, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
But other than that, I think I'm moving in the right direction.
Well, good. Yeah, I mean, you got to get sore. There's no pain.
I know.
No pain, no gain.
No gain. No
right.
Pain, no gain. I got that. But I got to tell you, it is. It's a challenge at times. So you're going to stay on, but are you coming on again later tonight or what?
I'm not sure how it's going to. Maybe. I mean, probably we'll come on and do a show after the press conference. We'll talk for a while, but then later in the night we'll probably have to do another one where we, people can call in and we can digest what we've all learned.
Yeah, and you're going to get to 100,000 today. I feel it.
I don't think so, but yeah.
You don't know. You don't know. It's going to be a long day.
Yeah, we'll see. All right.
Okay, great.
Well, thanks.
Keep up the good work.
Yeah, you too. All right, well, thanks for calling in. Keep doing the work
Thanks,
on your leg.
Greg.
All right, see you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
See you. Lillian. She just had a hip replacement surgery. It's a pretty major surgery there. Getting recovering right now. Yeah, so it's in 2.5 hours here. Fire tablet. I guess you're on or. Yeah. Hello, fire tablet. I'm only got about another second waiting for you. 5, 4, 3, 2. See ya. All right. 509, you're on.
Oh, hi.
Hello.
Oh, hi, I'm Stephanie. So you had kind of asked what our initial reaction to seeing the mugshot was, and I kind of heard you mention that he looks creepy to you, but it's kind of, to me, he looks like Total Wolf, and Total Wolf is just he's a team principal for a Formula One team, and so I think that kind of played a role in him kind of getting away with this, potentially just because he's kind of conventionally attractive. But I also feel like more so, I feel like
what are you talking about? I mean, I don't mean to be rude or whatever, but you just sound a Formula One team wolf something unconventionally attractive.
Okay,
you just
sorry.
sound like a cuckoo. I mean, let me play this. Formula One team. All right, go ahead.
Okay, so when I initially saw this mugshot of Bryan, I thought, I'm like, wow, he kind of looks like Total Wolf. And Total Wolf is a Formula One team principal. It doesn't matter his role, but he's somebody in F1, and he's.
But why do you keep bringing up Formula One? What does that have to do with anything?
I was trying to explain to you who Total Wolf is. So that's neither here nor there. But it's just he is conventionally kind of attractive.
Oh.
And I'm saying like that could have played a role if he did whatever, like make contact. That's what I'm saying. Like, yes, he looks like a creeper, but without knowing what he did, I think that could have played a role in him potentially meeting the girls.
We don't know if he ever met him, but no.
Yes, no, but potentially. Potentially, like meeting him, like if that was the case.
Uh-huh.
But I also did kind of want to point out more so, like those particular weekend it seems that he picked, it seems really intentional because it was the two kind of busiest weekends for both WSU and University of Idaho. It was family weekend for both of them. So I think, like, my kind of speculation is that something before the girls.
Oh, you're talking about a guy named, the guy you were talking about was Toto Wolf, not Total, right?
Yeah, Toto, Toto.
Uh-huh.
Toto
Okay.
Wolf. Yes, that was the guy that I was like, he looks like that could be his dad, like it could be his son, like.
This guy.
But
right
yeah,
here.
that was just me. That was just me trying to like.
Huh.
Yeah. Like there's.
Oh no, I don't know about that, but yeah, okay.
Maybe not in that particular picture, but regardless, that was just kind of my like opinion on like his looks. But I feel like maybe when he was at WSU, even though we don't know when he graduated, I feel like maybe something happened like at that house before the girls lived there that turned him off to the house, because the cops initially couldn't really determine if it was just the girls or the house specifically that was targeted.
Mm-hmm.
And to me, that would make sense that
the house.
He knew the layout of the party house, potentially from being there prior, like before the girls were even there. And like an incident occurred, maybe he was turned down, like he was embarrassed or something like that. And he had it set in his mind that this was like the house he was going to take revenge on.
Okay.
I hadn't heard like that, like anybody say.
I don't think it was a revenge on the house, but he was just something. You know, I think he went in there to either kill all four of those people, or there was somebody in particular that they were targeting, and then it led to the death of the other three based on the circumstances of what happened. But anyways, all right. Well, hey, I appreciate you calling in. Thank you. Wow, Jesus. Sorry about that. I know you guys are going, good, he was so mean. I don't know, man. This whole Toto Wolf thing and all this, I don't know. That's just the way it is here. We got to get to the, real information. I know what it really was just, he's good looking like the Toto Wolf guy is. That's what it was about. But what does that have to do with the murders, I guess? He's 28 years old. It just is what it is. All right, 516, you're on. Yeah, I was thinking that same thing, Richard. Hello, what's going on?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Hey, Grant, how are you?
Hey, before you get moving on, I gotta read something here. Hold on.
Okay.
Yeah, so we got this, apparently, I don't know if this is Instagram or whatever, but Kaylee Gonsalves, and then look at this, Bryan Kohberger. I don't know if that means that he's following her, and then you click on that. I don't know if it's Instagram or what the hell that is. Let's see. That's Instagram, I guess. So he was following her on Instagram. So that's pretty interesting. All right, go ahead.
Okay, wow. Well, that is interesting. And, wow, I guess...
Although that could be, just to let you know, a lot of times those are fake profiles that people create to make it look like they're doing something.
Yeah.
So let's just kind of, either that's true or it's not true.
Right.
Like, don't take it with a grain of salt.
Yeah, for sure. Interesting. You know, I was shocked when I woke up and I saw that. This is a guy that no one had their radar on. No one even knew about it. And I believe we spoke about this a couple of days ago. You know, what if this is no one ever thought about it, and this is what it is? No one ever brought up this guy. It's very interesting. He has like he has like this American Psycho kind of look. If you look at his, like another picture of him, like that blue shirt, he kind of gives off an American Psycho kind of look. But I'm interested to see what the evidence they have on him. There's this random guy on Twitter. I forgot his name, but he says he has insider leaks, and he's been saying some interesting things. He's been tweeting interesting things. And today, randomly, the photo just came out, and it was just a lot of weird things happening. But it's interesting. I definitely want to see the evidence on him. Apparently, he's a criminal major. He's a crime major, so that's very interesting. Like, we all thought this guy was just an expert. You know, the way he got in and out and did all that, and what do we know? He's a crime major.
Well, I mean, some people thought that, but they also, he's a criminology doctorate student. But but they, you know, Steve Gonzalez said it was sloppy in there, so I don't know what that means. Yeah.
Okay. Wow. This is crazy. Yeah. I mean, this is big news.
It's pretty wild, though. I mean, they arrested him all the way over in Pennsylvania. So that means he probably went straight there. I bet you he drove, gosh, I don't know, all the way up until the morning, probably got a hotel somewhere. I don't know, he might have driven all the way straight home, you know?
Right. Right, he had time. He had time to go anywhere, man. This guy could have left the country. This guy could have left the country.
Well,
I mean,
probably thought
luckily he didn't.
Yeah. Well, he's a criminology student. He probably wore gloves, had everything. I mean, he knew exactly what not to do. So he went in there, and that's probably why they were struggling. But man, I mean, you got to wonder what it was. They probably were able to determine that his Elantra was on campus, and then work backwards to see if he made sense somehow, and then we're able to do that.
Wow.
I don't know, man.
Wow.
Pretty weird.
Yeah, I mean, they could have found evidence as well, you know, DNA evidence as well. I mean, according to this guy on Twitter, I don't know if he's legit or not. Could be, could not be. Apparently, he's saying that there was one of the two roommates heard washing, like excessive, like intense washing during odd hours. It was like washing going on. So this guy, wow, that's his roommate.
His roommates?
Let me see if I can find it.
Yeah, that's just. I mean, who's this? Where was this? One of the roommates in the house heard odd washing.
Yeah.
Oh, no way.
Surviving roommates.
Yeah, there's no way in hell somebody was up washing clothes and stuff in that house at that time. That'd be crazy. You would just get the hell out of there, right?
Water or something like that. But I mean, that could be true or not. We have to wait. But this guy's claiming to be an insider. He was saying around this time you're going to see an arrest, which is odd. I mean, people could be insiders. We don't know who people know.
I guess it's true. I mean, I've heard some people that may have some info.
Yeah, apparently the killer has been on Reddit. So the killer's running polls on Reddit.
Yeah,
apparently.
I've seen that.
That's what I heard as well.
Well, I showed that earlier. He did do that.
Yeah, he did?
Yeah, 7 months ago, he did a poll for crimes that, asking people questions.
I wonder if he's called into the show, because the show is kind of like different from the other shows. You don't really indulge in like crazy outlandish speculation. I feel like he probably went towards shows like yours instead of shows like that are just like ridiculous. I feel like he's maybe called in or been in the chat, but this is very interesting and definitely going to be...
well, my channel wouldn't have been a happy place for him, because we were probably getting, we discussed closer to what he... Yeah, right? Like that kind of stuff. But when he'd go to the channels discussing the body camera footage, Yeah, he probably
Yeah.
was like, this is a safe place. I can laugh and feel
Yep.
safe. Yeah, that's right.
It's crazy that he's 28 years old. He's my age, and I was like, wow, you're 28, bro. What are you doing at the? You know what I mean? Like, man, this guy's crazy. I'm surprised he didn't kill over where he was at, but I guess he's just smart. He wants to get a kill off. He's a killer, and he just wanted to get away with it. But I'm gonna let someone else come up on here, Gray. But I'm definitely gonna be tuned in.
Well, thanks for calling in. Appreciate it.
All right.
Have a good one.
Bye.
All right, bye. I forgot what he said his name was. What was his name? He's called before. All right, yeah, I got to use the restroom here, so we'll be back in a minute here. you guys. Thanks for hanging out still. For those of you who stayed around, I haven't really been able to eat yet, so I'm getting sort of dizzy. Mmm. That Bundy data guy is a nut job. Just crazy enough to keep around, but wow, just nuts. Nothing useful ever comes out of that. Yeah, I gotta eat my apple. Wait, hold on. That's not what I meant to press. Here we go. That was after my bathroom break. All right, here we go. See, look how crisp these apples are. Watch this. Mmm. All right, 859, you're on.
Hey, Gray, what's going on?
Hey, not too much. What about you?
Not much, man. I was just looking in the chat at what Diane said, and we were seeing something about a Bryan from Pennsylvania calling in around Christmas time. That's kind of spooky. I don't know if anybody remembers that or not.
Well, we've had a Bryan call in. Oh, wait, from
yeah,
Pennsylvania.
I mean, pretty common name, right?
Yeah, there's where our Bryan calls in from Pennsylvania. I don't think it's the same guy, but yeah.
Well, I guess if he doesn't call in again, maybe that's an indication, right?
That would be kind of weird, though, wouldn't it? Yeah.
Hey, have you seen the from your favorite site that's a joke, Reddit? There was this Bryan guy that post he put for a criminal research study.
Yeah, we
sent that to you. You seen that?
Yeah, we showed that early in the show. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, my bad. I got on a little late. I just have one other comment for you. I know you've covered Delphi so well. You've got tens of thousands of viewers and everything, which is awesome. I feel like that, with the Idaho police, the local police there, this is a really nice victory for the small town cops. I think that at least in the freak world, Carroll County kind of left a bad taste in our mouth, and it just kind of shows that, these small town cops can still get it done.
That's
and
right.
Just kind of showing them credit and giving them all the praise.
Yeah. No, I think it's cool.
I didn't notice if you noticed. It seemed like people were getting a little cynical of the Idaho cops a little bit.
Yeah,
with that guy's kind of smile and this and that.
Well, yeah, I mean, nobody's perfect or anything like that, but I always tell people that at the very beginning they've had like 100 FBI agents in there and the state police. So you think that they're just doing nothing? Obviously, they're being advised by the FBI, the state police, and they've been on to something likely for a long time, and boom, they did it. I mean, obviously there has to go to trial and everything, but when there's cases like this, they know what they're doing. They got the guy, so
right.
They linked him.
And that's why I listened to you. I called in a couple of nights ago and asked about the reward, and your intuition had said, they don't think they need a reward. I mean, clearly, I think for the past couple of weeks they probably were tracking this guy hardcore. So it's just really cool to see the small town cops, they're not LA, they're not New York City. These small town guys can get it done, and like I said, Carroll County just kind of left a bad taste in my mouth with some of their things, but that's neither here nor there.
Yeah.
But can't wait to see you get your 100,000 plaque, man. I'm hoping that you guys do like an unveiling, like you and Chris and the dogs get some streamers and some party hats and do some type of video for us.
Oh, that'd be cool. Yeah.
Thanks a lot, Gray. Take care, man.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Appreciate it. Have a good one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did say that a couple times, that they're not doing a reward because in this case, they don't need one. That they were likely onto somebody at that time. But then what counters that, what I would say was that, and then they started asking about the Elantra weeks into it. So it almost felt like they didn't know anybody. But, it's kind of And by the way, when you see there's a troll of mine that creates accounts with my exact name, and then he goes and comments, and he'll comment in the chat, and he makes rude comments on other channels and everything. And you know, I'm not saying I don't go to other channels sometimes to make comments, but one just showed up a minute ago, and it's my exact name. I literally let me show you guys this, just so you know. I mean, this guy's a psycho. You know, he's like pretty much like the same guy that's on the screen here. Let's see. Yeah, so this list this is the newer list, but all of these are channel URLs that were absolutely my full name and my picture, and now we're down. I got a new set, and this was the second list. The first one was over 300 on it, so it's been like 400 and something times that I have to get YouTube to get involved, and then they get rid of it, and it just sucks, you know. So when you see a comment in here, when I comment, you'll be able to tell it's not the same as just some random. The name won't be how they're white. There's either blue or green. It's not going to be one of those. So apologize for the comments that they make, and they always say things that are just ludicrous. So just keep in mind that they exist out there. Yeah. Hard it was to actually connect this guy to the crime, though. Yeah, well, it could have been something where they thought it was this guy. But I don't know. Doesn't it? It seems like if the Elantra was the key, that means it took a while to start putting things together. So likely they have some sort of DNA from the scene, you would think. And then the Elantra led to an individual who they were able to track on cameras, probably across the country, I would imagine, in various locations. And then they were able to, based on that information and maybe some other, maybe get, you know, where he lived on campus, maybe got a DNA sample from there, and they were able to compare it. I mean, I don't really know, but if he wasn't around, there's possibly some way that he left DNA on his on-campus housing somewhere. What do you think about that? Let's see. Yeah, I think these are all fake accounts that you're... Yeah. I wouldn't trust any posts or anything like that on Reddit by this guy. There's just too many absolute morons on social media that create fake accounts and enjoy, oh, look at that, they think somebody thought. Just forget it. I guess that's another picture of him there. I don't know if that's... It kind of looks like him, though. Yeah. Definitely, what do you guys think about the bushy eyebrows on there? Guess we'll see. Yeah. God. Yeah, I think they are. Bryan Kohberger was identified as the suspect accused in the stabbing deaths of 4 University of Idaho students. In Moscow, they were killed. Kohberger is facing extradition to Idaho on murder charges. The News Nation reports Kohberger, an Albrightsville, Pennsylvania native, is a graduate student at Washington State University in Pullman, Washington, not far from Moscow. See, the Bryan that we had call in, I think, isn't he the one that's... no, that's Mike D. He's the expert on... I don't remember. I know that there was a Bryan that called in. You guys should go back and try to find that. And then send me a link. Wouldn't that be weird? I mean, there's a lot... Bryan's a really common name, right? And a lot of people live in Pennsylvania. Now, somebody said it was the 26th. He's called in a couple times. But I don't think he is any... he sounds different to me. Yeah, you would call him bushy eyebrow? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I guess that thing that the last caller said about washing in there, maybe that's true. Because wouldn't it be interesting if they were washing themselves down in the first floor in the... there's a bathroom and a utility room. And what if he was down there cleaning himself and that's when one of the roommates saw him or something? Wouldn't that be crazy? Like they kind of peer in there and they see this guy and they're like, oh shit. I'm just going through my emails. Yeah, we already talked about the white Elantra. So here's the TMZ one. That's a booking photo. Police seized the white Hyundai Elantra at Kohberger's home Friday. Wow. As you know, Moscow PD has been on a hunt for a white Hyundai Elantra that was seen speeding by a gas station. So that is the one? Near the murder house on November 13th. And it sped by, apparently, the A&W. So, right here, let's see. So here's where the murder happened, right there. Right there. And then apparently it sped by an A&W. Where the hell is that? Yeah, right here. So it went zipping by right there, and there's the A&W. So doesn't that make total sense? We even went over this on the show. That it went by that A&W as well as it took a right here and sped down the highway, and that's why the car's going that way. See, that's what it gets so confusing when everybody wants to tell you, oh no, it was on the other street on the back. It was it was a reversed image and all this shit. And originally, that's all we said was, no, it looks like it's heading, that's why I have this map like this, where it's going down this highway in that direction, because this is the gas station. There's a camera right here and right there. This camera filmed the car going that direction. That's the only thing that made sense to me. Everything that everybody tried to explain, no, Gray, it was going this way. That didn't make much sense either. Because there's no way to go into the neighborhood. I don't know what the person at the gas station was saying, but it definitely seems like it went this direction based on the image that's out there. All right, 646.
Hey, Gray, how you doing?
Not too bad. How you doing?
Good to be talking to you again, Gray. This is Matthew from Syracuse.
Oh, cool. Yep. Awesome.
I just hopped on a little while ago, just got out of work. My phone was blown up by a lot of my colleagues this morning with this news. And I think we should all sit back because there's going to be a lot of wackadoos coming out today with theories just based off the picture, bushy eyebrows, who he looked like, you know, Jake Gyllenhaal, this person, the race car driver. Who cares about that at this point? They've got him. They're going to get the information. And I think at this point, like I called in last time on your show a few days ago for the first time, and I remember we were discussing, and I said I didn't want to throw any theories out there because I believed that they were on to someone. You had agreed with me, and you said that you had already mentioned that. A lot of other your viewers have already mentioned that, that they must be on to someone because there was no reward. They were pushing back on the family making a reward, and I think this is all good news. Now, with the picture, I think we're going to have a lot of people, you know, that's all we have to go on really right now, factually. Excuse me. And you know, when this presser occurs, I think we're going to have a lot more information from this, detailed. And my question is to you, do you think that now because this crossed state lines, potentially, either from Washington or Pennsylvania, we're not sure, that the FBI may take control of this case or allow Moscow?
I think Moscow would still get it. I mean, he's going to be extradited, right? So that's, I think it goes back. But yeah, I mean, it does. I don't know if this crossing state lines applies like in this one. Like there wasn't, the crime wasn't committed. Yeah, I mean, it's sort of interesting, yeah. But it sounds like they're just extraditing him from Pennsylvania back to Idaho so he can be processed there. That's where the crime was committed.
Right, but if he did cross state lines that night to commit the murder, they could, if they wanted to, take over.
But what if he lived there
as
though,
much
as a
or
student?
as little as they want to on the case? Is what I know.
Yeah, but what if he lived there as a? I don't know if he traveled there directly to kill, because I think he was a student there. So maybe he lived there and then waited till you know, right around the break time, and then he kills and then he takes off. Because a lot of students were leaving around that time, so to avoid looking like, oh, a missing student.
Right, yeah, well, this is obviously someone I thought that was familiarized with how campuses work in general, you know, took advantage of the Thanksgiving recess, no snow being on the ground at that time, which there usually is, you know, and it was very meticulous about the timing. I'll give you one theory. My first theory ever given you is that this person I always thought was watching the house, looking at the windows and studying it. And now that we know the fact that he was involved heavily, PhD level, in criminal justice or criminology, at least with those facts, I'm sure that the FBI, the investigators on this, are digging deep into the professors, other students, and his whole background, and it looks like we might have a person with a clean criminal history here, perhaps, you know, which could make it a little bit more difficult for them. But then again, he looks like he could also have the traits of an incel. We don't know yet, and we have to go based on the facts, and that's why we all love watching your show and listening. But I want to say that I enjoyed that call that you took last night. The woman with the voice and people were being a little hard on her. I love when you get calls like that sometimes.
Yeah, she's pretty fun. We've been talking about behind the house. There's this little road, driveway kind of thing that goes back there. And I remember even on
it took people forever to go back there, and they never tied that off. It was always curious.
Yeah, it was weird.
Why wouldn't they tie that road off?
Yeah, but even on I think the first night I think even on the first night we were going over this, we were looking at this, even the car that's on Google Earth, how it's parked right there, how it's a perfect, from that position, you can see right into the kitchen, maybe even Madison's room,
you can
and
see
Kaylee's
into
room. Yeah,
absolutely. Yeah. And you could cry when I think it was Bryan Enton from News Nation that eventually went back there after several weeks.
Well, Fox News went back there many times.
To go back
no,
there.
Fox News was there kinda early. I forgot his name, but he was back there early on, and he was questioning how come this place hasn't been cordoned off. And then the next day, or even maybe later that day, they went and put yellow tape back there. So that was sort of interesting.
Yeah, I would have taped that off immediately because that's an entry point to the crime scene, and it is a perfect vantage point with the way that the earth is. You're up higher. You're kind of at a perch there. You could even take the car and back it in where the driver's side, and you don't even have to get out of the car, and you can kind of be peering at the back of the house from there with no leaves being on the trees. But I was wondering, did you pull up a map yet to see how far the university that he was attending is exactly, and what route he may have taken if he was living somewhere near his campus?
Well, I thought he was a doctorate student there. He wasn't? No, he was at, where was he?
Was it WSU, someone said?
Oh, Washington State. Oh, that's only 15 miles away then. Or
okay,
10.
so if he was going to Washington
Pullman
State University,
yeah, so it's
and
in Pullman,
let's assume he lived around there somewhere, because I don't think that he drove all the way to Pennsylvania after committing such a egregious crime.
Yeah,
You would need some breathing
it's hard
time
to
at a
know.
motel
He would-
or
yeah, I mean, he might
a
have
dive or
stopped
something, or at least
somewhere.
sleeping in your car at a rest stop.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think he went
getting
one
into the mind of a criminal.
like one stop. I mean, I think he drove and stopped in various places, but I think he took off immediately to Pennsylvania.
Of course.
Yeah.
But I was just curious about the WSU, and I'm sure we'll find out a lot more. Why did he choose Moscow? Has he been there before? And how does this white Hyundai work into this? Is it a fact that have you confirmed that they did impound and find the white Hyundai?
Well, there's been 2 or 3 articles that have mentioned that.
Okay, good.
Yeah, I'm just saying. I mean, they're going to be able to do that more because they're actual reporters.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how that fit in as perhaps the linchpin to this for the investigation, and hopefully they were able to find the murder weapon. If he was a criminal justice student, he'd be smart enough to at least do that. And I know you were saying something. Someone was saying, based off of at least what Stephen Gonsalves said, that from his knowledge that it was a very messy crime scene. Of course, the stabbing of 2 victims in the same room, and these rooms. I think people like you keep on saying all the time, this house isn't as big on the inside as it looks as it could be on the outside. I think that's very true. Things are very boxy and there and compact. And it would be messy, I think, regardless whether you're, have a lot of experience, and this is a person that I'm assuming, of course, that he only has a lot of book knowledge of experience and not actual being in a crime scene himself and participating in a crime himself. But when you get some of these people, these wackadoos that sign up for criminal justice courses and get intense into it, they, sometimes you get someone that doesn't have a brain well put together and some loose connections and can start getting too much into things, especially when they're interviewing, past criminals and learning the criminology of things, and that can be addictive to them. And this might be what this character is built by.
Yeah. Well, there you go. I mean, we'll see. It seems like him being in criminology has something to do with what he's doing. I mean, he probably was trying to figure out why he feels the way he feels. Something like that.
That's a glaring thing in this. I think that we should all know it's right now. I mean, it's pretty evident that he did this based off of that or was inspired by that somehow. But I'm very, very happy, and I think everybody should be happy that they have him, and this didn't end up like a different Bryan of the past case of the Bryan laundry case where he ended up committing suicide. And that was my fear when I said on the last call that I made with you. So that's one thing I'm happy about today. And good luck on your way to 100K.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it.
And glad to be calling in again, and I'll leave room for other callers. And good luck on the rest of the show, and I'll be tuned in.
It was Matt, right?
Talk to you soon, Gray.
Yeah, thanks. Okay.
Good luck.
Bye. I think that was Matt, right? I can't remember. Yeah, you don't need to bring up what religion or ethnicity somebody is. It's like, you know, in this case, it's like people try to figure out a way. I mean, it's just meaningless. And yes, everybody, I theorized that I thought, but I didn't put his face out there. I just said use the first name. That originally, back when the police were investigating the roommate, I mean not the roommate, the boyfriend of Kaylee, I made a theory out there, and then they cleared him a week later, so then I removed it. It was just a theory, but it wasn't. It was just speculation based on, and you know, it just is what it is. It made a hell of a lot of sense. So I don't think there's anything wrong with having a theory. It's not like I said this guy did it. I said it was more like, what if this is what happened and this happened and this happened. It's a big difference, you know, instead of going, oh my god, you guys, look at, oh, this guy did it, oh crap. Yeah, so we get the trolls in there. They always think they're so super sleuthy. At least I do it responsibly, you know. Come on, you guys, hit that subscribe button. Boom! We got to get it. We're trying to get to 100,000. We're at 99,224. Stefan, you're on.
Hey, Greg, can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you. Hey, Greg, can you hear me? Yep. Got to turn down the audio in the background.
Okay, is this better?
Yeah, I think so. Yep.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I was a little surprised to see this news today. I was kind of thinking through like how they haven't really released too many details of how they caught the guy, but there's some people that got some screen grabs of his Instagram before it was taken down, or at least reportedly. I don't put 100% stock in that, but I was just doing some math. So between 2011 and 2013, there's 600,000 Elantras that were sold in the U.S. And probably around 1 in 6 of those are white, or 100,000. So that's like 1 in 3,000 people. And it seems like he was following both Kaylee and Maddie's Instagram.
Yeah, but people are showing that, but who knows if those are real, you know?
Yeah, yeah.
Those could be people that just followed right now after, made a fake account, because, you know, like the asshole that always creates the fake Grant Hughes accounts and puts them in here, and everybody thinks it's me, but it's not me. So you just have these people that create fake accounts and then make it, and just to throw people off and get people confused. So those could be totally bogus, those following on Instagram, that account.
Sure, and I'm totally with you on that, and I, with a huge grain of salt. But if it is authentic and he was following them on Instagram, if you take the intersection of those owning a white Elantra, which is like 1 in 3,000, versus the number of Instagram followers, which is something like 1 out of 300,000 Americans, you combine those two things together. It's a pretty small circle, probabilistically a single person, maybe 2 or 3. But if indeed that is authentic, that he was following, that's a really small circle of people to begin looking at between white Elantra and Instagram followers alone. And so I think that's a really good starting point for law enforcement, if indeed that is true. And of course, that's a big if.
No, well, they obviously did it. They said there was something like, what did they say, like 300 or something? I can't remember the number, that were there in the town, in the area, immediate area. So that's kind of a small number. Maybe it was a little bit larger than that, but yeah. All right. Well, there you go.
And one other thing I was going to mention as well. Related to him being a PhD student, I did a PhD a few years back as well, and towards the end of the semester, oftentimes the schedule is very, very unstructured, and it's focused a lot on research projects. And so it wouldn't be surprising if no one saw him for a few days, and particularly before the break coming up. If he left a few days, let's say before final exams, to get an early head start out to Pennsylvania or whatever, there wouldn't really be anyone tracking his whereabouts, and he kind of has a cover for that. And that kind of struck me as like something that maybe he set up, where like if people are like, oh well, where were you those days? Well, I was driving back in the middle of nowhere, you know. Like it wouldn't be something that would raise suspicions unless they were already looking at him carefully and wanted to track him very carefully. It would seem pretty ordinary for a PhD student to leave back a couple days before the semester was officially over, because all they have is some research projects going on. So that's something that kind of came to mind.
And it was already pretty, like, not a lot of people were there anyways. I mean, it seemed like people had already left. Because remember how few people were around at the time? I mean, there were still students there. Yeah, I guess the term wasn't really over, but I don't know. Just remember reading back, it seemed like there was still, people were already leaving. But maybe that was a couple days later. You know, now it's hard to remember exactly, right? I mean, it's been, 6 weeks now? 7 weeks ago?
Yeah, and it's also notable that if he were to drive from Pullman to Pennsylvania, he would be heading east straight through Moscow if you were to take the shortest path. And
well, I just showed that on the screen earlier. That would be Highway 8, but I don't know if that is the route that they put on Google Maps is actually from Moscow. You have to head north on 95, and then when you get way up to like the shortest route, for some reason it kind of cuts off. Like if you look at the map right here, there's no roads that go directly east from Moscow. You have to kind of wind down some weird side roads and then go way down to Highway 12, and then you can work your way up to some highways. But they actually had it. I thought that too would be Highway 8, but maybe he went on side roads to avoid detection, because he does go by that gas station, which is Highway 8. But Highway 8 goes out until you get to like Helmer, and then it literally just ends at Elk River. There's this little town called Elk River, and it's just stuck. There's no roads that go anywhere from there. So don't really know what his actual route was, but
yeah, and I'm sure they've got this tracked down by this point. But in any case, I think it provides some level of plausible cover if for some reason they ask them, well, why were you in Moscow? Well, I was heading home.
Yeah, especially since he was in Pullman, right? So you could just say that he was driving through there, and his phone pinged there because he was there. But if he was in a criminology course, you would think he would have turned off the phone, certainly. I mean, I think he probably did. That's why they just have the Elantra, is why they're focused on that.
And for the heck of it, I did a little bit of a search, and by no means am I trying to cast stones at law enforcement as a whole, but law enforcement as a profession does have a higher incidence of serial killers than the general population. There's a Wikipedia page that has 33 different instances of that, and like 99.999% of law enforcement are not serial killers, obviously. But
come on, you don't think the truckers? I mean, there's got to be. What's their percentage? Was that second? I mean, yeah. My God, there's a lot of. I mean, I'm not. Most truckers are awesome. There's millions of truckers, but I'm saying that that's the perfect profession for them, because a lot of times sex workers are the victims now, and they just travel around and go place to place, and that's what they can do. It makes it an easy profession for them. I mean, I've covered, gosh, I don't know, at least 10 serial killer cases that are truckers.
Yeah, and emphasis on the point that 99.999 whatever percent are not. It's just a slightly higher incidence than normal. Like there's actually a pretty high rate of mental illness, for example, amongst psychology majors who are interested in psychology because they recognize that they have their own problems. And I wonder if this guy got into criminology because he had weird thoughts or fantasies or some similar type of thing going on, you know.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Don't know, man. There's just so much. I'm getting like an email every second. It's hard to focus for some reason. It's like, man, that's brutal. But so I guess we're at 1 o'clock, which is in an hour and a half. We're going to get to hear something. But based on how they've not really shared anything, it makes me wonder what we'll get.
Yeah. Anyway, that's all I had, and early congrats on 100K, Gray.
Well, it's coming, but we'll see it when we get there. Sometimes it always feels like it just keeps getting pushed off. But today's been a pretty good jump, at least. So hopefully we can get there. Always appreciate your calls. Okay, you actually think through things. It's good stuff. I know that's nothing to praise somebody about. Isn't that sort of what the norm should be?
Yeah. Well, you know.
Guess it's not always like that. All right. Well, anyways, I appreciate it. Thanks for calling in. Have a good one.
All right. Have a good one.
All right.
Bye.
I think he's called in before. A few times, actually. Yeah. Chris Kohberger Gonzalez. What the hell? That's pretty weird. I'm not going to put that on the screen, but somebody sent me something that says Chris Kohberger Gonzalez. That's somebody's name. Gonzalez. I mean, how crazy is that? Huh? Okay, Mountain Like. Update: the suspect or his parents have registered property that is now being searched in this area. All the cops and news just rolled up on his property. It's going to be a crazy day for him. Yeah. People are just sending me a bunch of links. Appreciate sending all these. I can't show half of them. Police are searching apartment in Pullman, Washington, where he was studying for a PhD. So there you go. They're searching. So they just made an arrest today and are now searching? All right, here we go. Police are serving a search warrant Friday morning at the Washington apartment of Bryan Christopher Kohberger, the man taken into custody earlier in Pennsylvania in connection with the stabbing death of 4 students at the University of Idaho. The Idaho school is less than 10 miles from Washington State University in Pullman. Kohberger, 28, was taken into custody by local police and the FBI at 3 a.m. near Scranton. So I guess it was near Scranton, Pennsylvania, but it's a different town. On the other side of the country, police were searching his apartment hours later. Police executed a warrant at a home near Washington, Idaho border Friday, just a few minutes from where 4 University of Idaho students... You're out there, Amber. Do you know where this apartment is by looking at that? There were at least 2 unmarked law enforcement vehicles at the scene as police from Washington State University, Moscow, Idaho, and other agencies were executing the warrant. Ah, there it was right there. You know where this is, Amber? This apartment? The second-story apartment police search Friday is just 10 miles away from where the students were stabbed. Here, let me play audio from this.
That police custody students now are told the suspect is in his mid-20s and was taken into custody in Scranton, college student, but does not attend the University of Idaho himself. Police say that all 4 students, the victims, were stabbed to death inside, but does not attend custody in Scranton, Pennsylvania. Now, he's already made a court appearance. He is reportedly a college student, but does not attend the University of Idaho himself.
Okay, so he's not a PhD at University of Idaho.
Police say that all 4 students, the victims, were stabbed to death inside their campus home the early morning hours of Sunday, November 13th. 2 other students in that home at the time survived and were...
I mean, there's going to be a million apartments in Pullman. Yeah. Let's just get lucky on the first one. What do you think? That might be it. No. I'm sure there's a reporting. If anybody knows the street or name of the apartments, let me know. No. Oh, that it? Okay, it says that on there. Steptoe Village Apartments. Yeah, getting close. Huh. Can't see him. Yeah, that kind of looks like it with the letters like that. Alright, so he lived here. Thank you there. P.S. Where does it, what article was that in? What do you mean the photos are the same? What does that mean? Okay, hold on. 208, you're on.
Hi, my name is Frankie, and I am from Moscow, Idaho.
Yeah.
Pullman is very close, and the universities are like 8 miles apart, and it's not uncommon for the kids to go back and forth to the games and party and all of that. I do believe, if I remember right, come with me on a trip in your map. If you go to Troy and you go down 99, that takes you to, hi everybody, that takes you to Kendrick and Julietta and back to...
Hi, who are you saying hi everybody to?
I was saying hi everybody in the chat, I'm sorry.
Were they saying hi to you? I didn't see it. Let's see.
Yeah, they're saying hi.
Okay.
I just saw it.
I was
So
like,
anyway,
whoa, what's
go
going on?
East,
Uh-huh.
Yeah, go east towards Troy, and you'll take 99 down.
Mm-hmm.
That takes you to Kendrick. And if you remember or recall, they were even looking at video camera footage from Kendrick from the police. They were looking for that.
Mm-hmm. I don't remember that
And
aspect.
so that would be the way down to avoid the main highway going through 95 South.
Yeah, so he would have driven by the gas station. So this is the other way that I was saying, that like you can go north, but you can go down these other sort of side highways and then make your way down to 12, and then that's the way you would have to get over back to one of the main highways to get east. It looks
right,
like
but
12.
he wouldn't go through, or he wouldn't have gone through Elk River because of dead ends.
Yeah, no,
and he
I
wouldn't
just
have
showed
gone
that.
to Orofino, because that is in higher elevation. That takes you to Lolo Pass in Montana.
Yeah, I mean, what I showed on the show a while ago is that there's no direct route straight east, because it ends
Correct.
at Elk
I
River. There's a dead end there, and then when you go down, so the way that Google Maps says is the quickest, you go north on 95 up to, and then eventually get on to 90 and start hitting east. But on this case, if he did drive by that gas station, then he was probably hitting east on 8, but then, went south, in this case by Troy, because if you went east more, you're at a dead end, basically. So you would just kind of go through Kendrick, and then down to 12,
Julietta.
and then like that.
Yeah. And that would be the more logical way to avoid anything that's going on if he was to get caught, because those are only like farming roads. They're like two-lane highways, and mostly farmers use them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So he would have gone down to Lewiston and then caught a major highway to head east and avoid all the snow and everything else, unless he had, studded snow tires on that car.
Yeah, that was a little bit.
Now, James Fry.
There wasn't as much snow on the
Fry-
ground back then, if you remember.
No, there wasn't, but you get higher in elevation when you go to Orofino, and out that way, it's icy. James Fry is a friend of mine, and he was smiling yesterday, very relaxed. He's a very gentle soul.
Mm-hmm.
But when I saw him kind of smile yesterday, I knew he had something.
That's what our buddy Lillian said. I never got to see what he was talking about.
If you look at his interview yesterday, and you look at the ones before, I know the man. I've known him since back in 2006. He's a very gentle soul, and he was going to retire in October. He was hiring all new people to come in and start this, new precinct and hand over his job, and then this happens 2 weeks later. So I knew he was determined to get it done. And Moscow's not as, upside down and backwards as people think. It's a great town. We love the students. Without the university, there would be no Moscow. It would still be called Hog Pagan. That's the original name of the town.
Mm.
So
Yeah.
I just wanted to show you that.
He always has
direct
sort of a
route,
little
not
bit of a
indirect.
smirk on his face no matter what he doesn't have the resting bee face, right? His face is
No.
always sort of a smiley one. And other people noticed that he seemed more happy yesterday, but I never saw I saw the 1 minute interview that he did where he said that they were going to go clean it up, but that was it. He must have done a longer one on somewhere else.
Yeah. He's a gentle soul, He also has FBI training, and he has quite a number of kids and kids this age, and I knew he would not let this go. So I was also lead foreman for a jury in the Dave Meister trial. That was a hire for hit trial back ago, and it takes a lot to convict. And I wish people would have the patience to understand that. Yeah, we have an arrest. I'm super excited, but now we have to have a conviction. So I'm anxious to see all of the evidence that comes out in the trial or what gets reported. My guess was this was somebody back in their inner circle, and I have to agree with you, Mr. Hughes, that 99% of these crimes that are so violent and personal with a knife are usually an ex-boyfriend or somebody who got jilted or something like that. And I feel bad for JD, but that's going to be common in being a suspect.
Yeah, I mean, like I did talk about a theory early on, and it sucks that that it's not. Well, it turns out it doesn't suck that it's not him. That's just kind of the way it is. But I mean, I did a theory, and I just said his first name, but I didn't put his picture out there, and then I just sort of dropped it. But then the news was already talking about him, and so was the Gonzalezes, are the people who gave the hint by saying, I don't know why they're looking at him. He has nothing to do with it. Well, they were right, apparently. And so, that's just
right.
They were looking at him too. He's the most obvious person at the time. So
correct. And
correct. Here we go with the correct. Here we go. We got to put the.
Well,
I have an emoji for that. Correct. There we go.
Sorry, I caught your show when you did the 3D thing. I only got interested in from that point on, and I've listened to other people, and I had to turn it off for a while because it was too heartbreaking.
Yeah.
But I appreciate your candor, and I appreciate the people that are thinking things through. At one point, I had like 17 suspects on a whiteboard. I was thinking, because they all inner circled. Everybody knows another. Everybody frequents the town.
Mm-hmm.
We used to live on 3rd Street, and we'd walk to town and see people in East City Park and go to dinner, and it's a small town. I mean, kids still deliver Moscow Pullman Daily News on their bikes.
Yep.
It's that comfortable of a town, and it's kind of live and let live. So when this happened here, it was devastating.
Yeah. Yeah, there's some crazy rumor stuff I'm being sent that like somebody was posting stuff on one of these channels about what they were doing. What happened at the crime scene, like they were the person, and I don't feel comfortable going over any of that kind of stuff. So
well, let's wait for the trial and and see what they have, and I'm hanging on until that press conference comes. What they'll say, I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm super proud of our police department.
You should be.
And everybody who supported them, because I know that when he got that call, he was over his head, and he knew it too.
Yeah,
so
yeah. Well, but they got the people in there right away that made it so that they weren't over their head. I mean, they had the FBI, the state police, so they probably learned a lot during this, I'm sure.
Yeah, the last time there was something similar to this was a guy that he killed his wife, and then he shot Officer Newville, and the entire town had to be locked down. Then he went to the Episcopal Church, or not the Episcopal, the Methodist Church, and he killed the caretaker there, and then he ended up killing himself in the church. So there who has it, who done it, who did it, whatever. But this one really threw everyone for a loop, because those girls were so social and intertwined. So
right.
It's crazy. I can't wait to see how it all unfolds.
Yeah. I hope they give a little bit more information, like except there got to be a prosecution. They're not going to give us anything like details of the crime scene or anything like that. Doesn't seem like.
You know what? I think that they want to have a clean jury. This is so publicly worldwide. I think they want a clean jury so that they can present the evidence and only the evidence, not hearsay.
Right.
So that's where we all have to be patient, and not giving too many details, because they will weed those people out who are seeking the or know the facts, or not facts, but the rumors, or whatever, anything entertaining this case. Let's put it that way.
I wish it was Grady Judd that was there, because he'd give us a lot of information. He'd explain what happened and go through it all. That's how he does it. Anyways, I don't know if you know who he is. He's Polk County sheriff, and well, listen, I'll play these sound. These are his words. These are the kind of things that he says. He's the Polk County sheriff in Florida, so he says stuff like this.
Come on, man, what's wrong with you?
And he says this one.
Did you hear what I said?
And this one.
There's mosquitoes the size of bald eagles in that dadgum swamp.
And this one.
5 brain cells, 4 aren't working. Have you lost the last 3 brain cells, or do you just have cabbage for brains?
Or this one.
That's just one step above stupid.
Yeah, he's awesome. He just says it like it is, man. He's great. So.
Well, maybe you should take a trip to Moscow and cover it in the trial.
Well, I mean, I could easily do something like that, yeah. Because, I mean, I only live like 400 miles away, so. I was thinking of going there anyways, but not sure. I think there was something to why they were sending in the cleanup crew, too. We were talking about that yesterday. Like they're sending it in now because they knew that they were making an arrest. Maybe that was sort of a subliminal message to everybody.
Yeah, and I heard that they stopped it too. Right now, they stopped it just after they made the arrest.
Oh, weird. So then that was something.
Yeah, that's rumor. I don't know. I'm out in Georgia right now visiting family. So I'm not there, but great town. You should go visit. Get your hotel room early.
Yeah.
and thank you for taking my call.
Well, thanks for calling in. Appreciate it. Have a good one.
Have a good day.
You too. Bye. All right, everybody. Let's hit the subscribe button, the like button, and make sure to share. We're trying to get up to the 100,000 subscribers. Working on that. Well, it wasn't really something I thought was going to come by anytime soon a while ago, so it looks like it's next month or week or two, maybe. It's hard to really say. There's times where you go by and you get like 600 in a month because you're not covering the really cool popular cases, right? 913, you're on. Hello?
Hey, how you doing, Greg?
Not too bad. Who's this?
Mike in Kansas.
Well, what's going on, Mike?
Hey, I'm very impressed with your jumping on the case here. The press conference is coming up now. Will you be live streaming it?
Yeah, I'm just going to stay on until it goes live. This might be a long show here.
Of course. I mean, you've been doing. I noticed you've been doing like 2 or at least a couple shows that were 5 hours long.
Yeah.
In the last few days.
It's crazy.
I appreciate it. I do, and I appreciate you trying to offer some journalistic integrity to your show. And I hope you got that last caller's phone number, because that's probably going to be a very valuable local source for you for news.
I don't have the number, but if you're out there, the last caller who just called in, send me an email. I mean, I'm not going to ask for a phone number on the screen.
I hope you're still listening. You need to cultivate those local sources, especially when you're this hot. I mean, you're very hot. And
I don't know about that.
That's a good source of information. Go ahead. I'm sorry to interrupt. Go ahead.
No, I just said I don't know about that when you said you're really hot. I don't know. I'm just.
No, I mean, you're hot. You're hot. You do good work.
Yeah.
You do very good work. I understand how frustrating it is. I get trolls all the time, and I understand that, and it's very frustrating. You don't really have a green room or somebody to screen the callers.
No.
Or and have a live chat, which is even more incredible. But I wanted to get to you answered one of my questions. Are you going to cover the press conference? That's wonderful. Second question. I don't know. State laws are so ridiculous. Out here in Kansas, they don't offer even the news media probable cause warrant or the affidavit initially. I mean, you have to file a Kansas Open Records Act request to get it, and it's very difficult. They don't just throw it up on the internet so that you can read it like in the Delphi case that I read. So I don't know what Idaho's like, but it does vary from state to state on the varying degrees of public information when it comes forth. It'll be very interesting to see the probable cause affidavit, because that'll allow you in your dutiful work to reverse engineer a homicide.
Yeah, I mean, the probable cause that has to be released soon, I would imagine. And so...
Well, that's
we'll see.
I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Well, the arrest warrant, anyways. You know, the probable cause for the arrest, usually those are released pretty quickly.
And boy, whoever the agent or cop that signed that affidavit, he's going to be... You won't have any trouble getting free coffee and beer in Moscow, I'll tell you that. Yeah. That's a great... that he's putting his name on a public document. As a cop, that's pretty hardcore fun, because you're putting your name and credibility for the rest of the future of the court system on getting this on getting this guy. And I guess the third and last thing, I want to be short because I'm sure you should deservedly have a lot of callers and online calling in today.
Looks
but
like
I want to be. I found it amazing. I chat under my name. My name is Michael Cadell. I chat with you on your show every once in a while. You're one of the I think third or fourth shows that I even bothered to call in before, because I found the so-called true crime online community, which I know very little about until I'd say the last month. Really sort of sick. I mean, there are some true crime audio shows podcasts that I have listened to in the past that I give credibility to in terms of listening. But I'll tell you something. There's a lot of people, as I understand from watching your chat and other shows chats, that there's just a lot of people who, because they can operate under an anonymous account or a different name, that they're not very, they'll speculate and float ridiculous things, as you well know. And I can share your frustration in finding credible people, as this last lady was, who called and claimed to be from Moscow. That's an incredible lead right there for you. But anyhow, I wanted to, and I guess I was disgusted with people, the chats on your show, not you and not your good chats like Lillian and other people who are fun, but which, by the way, are hilarious callers.
Yeah.
I had my wife listen to my wife listens to a couple of them. She was laughing. She said, because I had those kind of people call in on my stuff. But automatically on the chat, they're speculating about his race, I guess, is what for lack of a better term. That's pretty despicable. The people would just throw that up based on bushy hair and the size of his nose of the alleged killer. But I am impressed with one of the things that I find consistent in your shows. They consistently cover horrible crimes committed against women in the United States, and I think that's a very valuable thing for many people in America to understand about.
That's why we
major
probably donate
crimes.
to. Well, I don't know what the difference is. For me, it's like women are more, sort of, and are more vulnerable, and they're more, like a serial killer kills women mostly, right? I mean, men are killed by serial killers, but it's like women, they're also the victims of, I don't know, sort of domestic homicides way more often.
Yes,
And
that's right.
so it's just kind of.
Yeah, I served warrants, or not warrants. I served summons on many people over domestic problems, and one of the first things I had to do was screen to find out how many 911 calls were placed on these houses, and it always was a great way to figure out how bad it was going to be to get this guy out of a house where he had been abusing women. That's one thing I learned, and of many. So it is, and this was, my God, almost 30 years ago when I was doing this, and I that's when I opened my eyes to how violent the society is, and in this particular country, maybe others, towards women. And I'm impressed, and you got my respect. And you're going to get $1.99 a month from me.
Oh, there you go.
Huh?
Well, there you go. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah. I mean, I don't give money away to news sources. I'm going to give you one because I consider you a news source.
Yeah, I mean, obviously I'm not on the scene, but I take in the media information and then I try to put it together in a way that's more understandable, using maps and, try to piece it together. Right?
Last night I was watching your show during the Lillian call, and my wife was laughing, and she knows my background, and she was like saying, I said, this is the thing. This is the new 21st century. And here is a guy completely out there, in Oregon, I guess. And he's doing it all digitally. He's doing it by digit. And he runs, you do your Google Map thing. I mean, I'm not going to heap on a lot of praise on you, but you got my dollar.
Well, thank you.
You got my $1.99.
Well, thank you.
I'm going to sign up. I'll send you an email with some of my credentials. And I just want to let you know, congratulations on doing a great job on this case. And I can't wait to get back into looking at your old case work, the case works that you've done on previous cases. And congratulations. I'm going to do one better and join your group. And yes, I am a freak. And thank you so much.
Excellent.
Greg.
Well, thank you.
All right.
What's your name again? At the beginning you said it, I think. But
Mike. It's Mike from Kansas. And my proper name is Michael.
There
Michael
you go.
Cadell. All right.
Very cool. I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Bye-bye.
All right. Bye-bye. All right. Wait. That was pretty sweet, wasn't it? All right. Well, there you go. And so, I mean, if you go back through the old shows, I mean, a lot of times we go through old newspaper articles and put them all together, and then we have the whole story in front of us and then try to theorize on it, and then it also reactivates social media-wise an old case that nobody's talked about for years. So we do that a lot. Then we also cover current cases that are going on and missing persons. All right, 707. Hello. Oh, God. I know who this is. You can tell by the click, 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 click.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Hi, it's Susanna, and I want to talk a little bit about this guy's education. Because the gaps in his time that are weird.
Yeah, what was that? You're kind of doing weird phone stuff. It's like,
My phone is weird. Let me unplug it. Is that better?
yeah, a little bit. But I do have other callers. There's like a whole list of them. So get through
Okay, let me click.
Yeah,
Now, I was studying the Washington State University graduate program, which is really would be in for criminal justice, the philosophy of criminal justice. It is offered at a place called Pullman, Washington. It's not offered.
Yeah, we know. Yeah, we know. It's in. He goes to Pullman at University of the Washington State University. And I mean, you mean it's not offered at his school in criminology, the one that we're saying he went to?
No, if you're saying he went to Pullman.
Well, they're saying he went to Washington State University, but maybe the name of the college that's listed is some other thing. Does anybody remember what that was called? It didn't seem like it was. Yeah, I mean Washington State University, and then there's UW is in near Seattle, and Washington State University is in Pullman.
Yeah, let me get my notes again. I lost my notes. But what I was trying to say is that there are a few little bitty gaps in his life through academia, and I know that they've probably followed those little gaps. The gaps were 6 months each, which is kind of interesting.
You know what's weird is he's sort of listed at DeSales University, and that's in Pennsylvania. So I'm not really sure what the Pullman connection is like.
Yeah. Going on with this phone. The weather's not bad. Okay. Anyway, so he graduated with his bachelor's degree from LaSalle in 2020. Okay. Which is fine if he's it's 4 years. It's 4 years.
Okay, so then where do you go for the doctorate in criminology?
Well, the thing is that he is not in the PhD program for criminology. He's not gone far enough. Right now, he's got this weird bachelor's degree in criminal justice, which is really odd because it says he got one in.
So all the articles are wrong that are saying that he's, in a doctorate program for criminology?
Yeah, all he's doing right now is getting the coursework done. You've got, see what you do is you come out to have a Master's of Science degree, or in this case, a Master's of Art degree. Then after that, okay, you can go along and take as many PhD classes as you want, but you're not really what they call a graduate PhD student in a graduate program. You're just hanging around. You follow me? So I don't think he's actually as much of a student as one might think. But what I find interesting is that it's in something it says he's a graduate student of Washington State in 2022 in something, okay?
Well, somebody sent me an email or somebody wrote a comment that he grades papers and shit, but I don't know what that even,
he wouldn't be doing that because he's not in the program.
Yeah, somebody said they had screenshots of it, but
if he's grading papers, then he is in the program.
Yeah. Well, what difference does it make? He's taking criminology courses, whatever.
Well, it does make a difference because you have different gaps in the history of somebody.
Yeah, but I just mean in terms of what he did,
Well, in terms of what he did, it's very weird because it says he got his master's degree in criminal justice, and it does say he got it in Pennsylvania, and it was in May 2022. It also says that he got his bachelor's degree, let me go back. He got his bachelor's degree in 2020. He completed his grad work, which would be his master's degree, in June 2022. How can he have completed a criminal justice degree in May 2022 in Warsaw?
I don't know, but where are you getting his whole, when he did the degrees and everything?
Well, how can he be going to two universities at the same time?
Well, no, I'm just saying, but where are you getting, the dates that he finished this and finished that and all that?
Oh, I got some from the there's a website that has all a list of the graduate students in the different programs for the year.
Yeah.
I looked at that. I looked at the Daily Mail. I looked
Daily
at
Mail,
maybe I don't count that one. I looked at where's the other one? Hold on. I looked at the. It's probably not a good time to go through this. The Washington State.
So what's your
University-
final conclusion that you're trying to get to with this? Because I got to get these other.
What I'm trying to get to is how can a person be in two places at the same time?
Oh, so you're saying this isn't the guy?
No, I'm saying how can a person be in two places at the same time? Answer me that. That's all.
But how do you know? What are you saying? He was just there, and then he drove. He has an apartment in Pullman, and then they arrested him over in where he lives in Pennsylvania.
Right. Right. What I'm trying to say, he got his degree in Pennsylvania in June 2022, I think it was, and he got the same degree in Warsaw at the same time.
Maybe he's doing a
How
remote
do you do
classes
that?
somewhere. But you don't know. I don't think
But
you're.
what
I don't
do
think you're accurate on that. What you're saying.
I'll give you.
I just think you're reading. I think
sources
you're just sort of
and-
assuming something that you're reading, and it's not.
Oh.
It's not adding up. You know. That's what
No,
I'm
it's not
thinking.
adding up to- Well, okay.
Well, I mean, but don't you think?
fine,
Don't you think it's more possible that you're just? Well, because you're making like, how can he be in two places at one time when it's more likely that you're just
No, that's-
interpreting the information incorrectly?
I'm going to go back and see and look at the article in Warsaw. I mean, not Warsaw, the South. But the point is there not, in a couple of articles, some say he's 26 and some say he's 28.
Well, they started
Or
off
did
saying
they-
he was 25, but they had it wrong. He's 28. There isn't two
He's
people.
20.
Yeah.
Sorry, my dogs are playing. Yeah, okay, well, he's 28 then.
And that's the age you would be probably if you're in a doctorate program.
Yeah, it depends on how fast you can go.
Well, everybody knows that, but I'm saying that's more likely
Yeah, well-
you're in a doctorate program at 28 than just getting done with college. You know, that's not really normal. And then usually you go right in to get your master's right after your college, so that put you at like 24. And then, you know, if you're in a longer doctorate program, those take a while. So who knows when that started, but if at all.
Yeah. Yeah, I was just trying to pinpoint him that he actually took courses in Warsaw and not just in Pullman. And Warsaw could have, when he actually saw those girls and said,
Well, maybe they'll give us all this information at the press conference. So let's see what they say.
Yeah, I should shut up, and I'm
Well,
going to
I'm
shut
sure
up.
it gets pretty, I'm sure it gets, you know, it might be kind of confusing to read about online, but we're not really, you know, those are just online sources. Nobody really knows, you know,
Yeah,
what's
I
actually
went-
being said and what it means.
I went to the different web pages of the actual universities. I didn't just rely on Wonk.
Yeah.
I don't know that it's actually very much important. But if you work very hard, like I worked very hard, and I was in another country. I was in a PhD program by the time I was 22, but that's another country. So anywho, bye-bye.
All right, see ya. Good one. 22. So what, you were Doogie Howser? God, I don't know how that name popped into my head. You guys remember that show, right? All right, you guys, let's hit that like button and the subscribe button. Doogie Howser. I am told Idaho quadruple homicide suspect Bryan Christopher Kohberger was in custody. He asked if anyone else was arrested. I am told he had a quiet blank stare. Huh. I wonder why he asked that. Meaning there was somebody else he was with, but he doesn't want to give their name, but just wanted to see if they arrested somebody else. That'd be pretty interesting. Yeah. You still love Dookie? There, I'll be back in just a second. I need to drink orange juice. I have like no energy. Normally I sleep. I would have slept for 2 more hours before I came on because I do those shows so late. Hey, thanks for calling in, Susanna. Well, I guess we'll see here in a little bit what the reality is on the schooling. I should have played music like that. Or, hold on. With this guy's face on the screen, it should have been like this. I don't know the name of it. Yeah, with this guy's face on there? Are you kidding me? Three, 2, 3, you're on.
Oh.
Hello.
Hello.
Yes, hello.
Hi. Hi, Gray.
Hello. What's going on?
Let's see. I've been on hold for an hour.
Yeah, well, I can't speed it up for you.
You're busy.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I just
Sorry about
wanted,
that.
That's okay. I just wanted to bring up the point, which has probably been made, that I was just curious what you thought of the all the phone calls prior to Jack. Was that just now random and arbitrary and unrelated?
Yeah, I mean, we've even talked about that those calls could just be, like I even said that it sounds like his friend said don't answer the calls because you got to play hard to get. And, and you know, they've been dating and maybe she was drunk and wanted him to come over or whatever, blah, 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 blah. You know, so it was the timing of it, though, from 226 to 252. So the thing is him not responding may have actually saved his life, the way this turned out.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean,
okay.
I've been sort of pulling away from, I mean, I like quite a bit dramatically, actually. I mean, I had a theory with him, and then a few days later the police cleared him, and then after that it's just, you know, he's an interesting person. But,
yeah,
you know, people were saying, are they just saying that to make somebody feel comfortable? And, you know, we talked about that, but that's when you sort of have to drop it.
Right. And I agreed with your theory. I had the same one, and I thought it made a lot of sense because of the house and just the nature of the crime seemed like it was somebody related who knew them and not completely random as it appears to be. That being said, but do you think the killer, I guess, was sort of waiting for them to be done with these calls?
Well, I mean, he could have been in the house already, but he might have just been. The thing that makes most sense to me is he was parked behind the house, looking through the window, waiting for it to go dark in there, and then waited like another half hour, and then went and did what he did, and then left. That would make the most sense to me. Just if you were just gonna what's the most logical thing? That he sat in that parking lot with the lights off, staring through the window, waiting for their light with his lights off, and then he was waiting for their lights to go off, and then he waited another half hour, and then he went through the sliding glass door, and you know what the sequencing is, we don't really know at this point.
And do you think he'd been in the house before, stalking it to figure out how it was set up?
Well, he might have just been watching, you know, and looking, and maybe he did go online to Zillow or something and figure out how to get around. You know,
because you know, like the whatever D'Angelo guy, I forget his serial killer name, but you know, he'd go to the house prior sometimes and figure out how it, you know, how he was going to get around in there. So, I mean, the people that lived there were out a lot as, you know, students, so he could have gone in, and they said it was easy to get in there. Okay. Well, my last question was for you. Do you think so the person who the gas station person with the white car who called in that tip, they are, if there had been a reward, they would be worthy of it, don't you think? Because don't you think that's how they ended up finding him, was through the car?
Yeah, maybe, but there wasn't a reward, so.
Right, but that was sort of a good.
Yeah, it was cool.
A good tip.
But somebody doing what they should do. That was cool.
Yeah, so they should get a reward.
Well, if there was one,
They should
maybe,
make
but yeah.
Right. Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, that was all.
Sorry for your long hold there. It was just.
Oh, I'm glad you answered.
Yeah. All right. Well, you did. Yeah, I answered.
Okay.
There you go. All right. Thank you. Have a good one.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye, guys.
Man, I feel like I need to eat something solid or something. I've had that little apple. That's it. But we got to do the show. We got the press conference in 30-something minutes. Maybe I'll lock the meeting right now. 409, you're on.
Hello.
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 409.
Hey.
Hello.
Hi, I'm sorry. This first time calling. I watch your show all the time. I only want to watch because you're not a junk click guy. You're just the real thing.
Well, thank you.
So,
I appreciate it.
And the way you do the diagrams and all, and I don't know if you use AutoCAD, what you use, but I use AutoCAD, and it can be a pain in the rear.
I think they're owned by the same company, but I use 3D Studio Max.
There it is, yeah. So it's not easy. I mean, you build it from the ground up. So I've respected that tremendously, and it really gave us all, and who don't watch the stupid click shows, and I won't say that word again, but you really invest yourself into these cases, and not just for, of course, you want to raise revenue, and the fact that you're so generous and help others, and at the same time is it's rare and very commendable, and that means so much to me. I think that's true to who you are and who you and your family are. Anyway, so I heard something yesterday, just in passing. I was listening while I was working, that the neighbor had decided to cooperate. And then I hear a little detail today from a news organization that the sister actually was a neighbor, or she lived as a neighbor. So I wonder, did the sister finally cooperate? And that's where possibly the car was parked.
Oh, you mean the sister of him may have lived right there? I don't know.
Yes. Yes, you haven't heard that. I heard it from a good news source, one of the major news organizations, and my husband works for CBS Local. But I know when they say something, not always, but they vet their information pretty well. And so yesterday, and then of course the virtue signaling of we're going to have the house swept and cleaned and biohazard. I think that was definitely, the families knew what that meant. That was maybe the way they understood that there was not any more investigative things needed. I mean, what are they going to do with the house? Because they weren't going to let the house back to the owner. They were going to hold on to the house, the police, and still consider it to be a crime scene. But they were going to, in fact, sweep it and have the decon people come in, which is not cheap to do, and it's very ugly work. I work for a restoration company, and sometimes we have to do that. I don't do it myself, but I understand it's quite gruesome. But and I think that was simply a virtue signaling to perhaps the families that there's some ease of mind coming.
Well, I don't know if virtue signaling is more like when people try to let people know how they, they let people know how caring they are about different things, to let everybody know how virtuous they are. That's what virtue signaling means.
Okay, my off. I maybe then I meant a different word. Maybe it was just a signal.
No, signal.
That things were coming to a wrap. Because that was not something anyone needed to say. Of course, they put it off by saying that they wanted to make the neighbors aware of that, of any activity going around. This is what was happening. That could have easily be done door to door. The whole nation did not need to know that.
Well, I just looked up the sister, somebody said, and I didn't see any place where the sister lived.
I did too. After yesterday, it's now I can't find it.
What do you mean yesterday? I just looked up the sister of this Kohberger guy, and she lives in Pennsylvania, so I don't know what they're talking about.
I don't know. Maybe she. I wish I had the details. In fact, I was pulling back a little bit about bringing that up because I don't have the facts to back it up. As far as where it came from, I heard it, and I listened to, I have Alexis, and I just call up, hey, let me hear Fox's latest news, or let me hear this, or let me hear the latest national news. And it was on that I heard it.
Say what you heard again.
Pardon me?
Say what you heard again on there?
That the neighbor was finally cooperating, and that was as of yesterday, the neighbor. And then today it was stated somewhere that the sister had a connection to the neighbor, or was a neighbor.
Sister of Kohberger?
Yes.
But she lives in Pennsylvania, though, so I don't see any...
But she could have been a student,
Yeah, she's 34 years old, though, the sister. I don't know.
So I don't know. Yeah, I knew there'd be holes to poke in it, but
I don't believe in
it's
that.
ironic.
I don't know. That's one of the ones I'm not believing in. But
yeah. I'm anxious to hear it. They're not going to let us know anything new that we haven't already read or heard today. It's going to be more to me of pomp and circumstance, which is great. They deserve it. That police department listened to somebody, whoever was giving them, because they're not a large police department. Whoever was giving them guidance, which I'm sure it would be maybe the FBI or larger unit or larger police departments, they were humble. They didn't want to be grandiose about anything, which often that gets in the way of having a jury that can be non-biased. In the flack they took from the community, I'm sure that had to be very, very difficult. And I really salute the fact that they stood to what would get the job done, not what would get the applause, including, the families got very frustrated. So I have a really a great respect for that small community of police officers. I think they deserve to be recognized. I really do.
They kicked ass. There you go. Boom.
Say it again?
They kicked ass. Boom.
Boom. Done. And you know what? Let that be a plan for when this is going to happen again. And I'll say this. If this wasn't his first, this was not going to be his last. He is a high-functioning sociopath, obviously. He's got, he's able to have gotten through whatever in his mind, through his family, through, school, etc. But he definitely has, probably I'd like to see a psychological profile of this guy, because he is cold-blooded killer, and I'm afraid he would have had a long string. Could have, done years between, like the Delphi guy, but thank goodness. And I do feel like this is the guy.
Well, yeah. I mean, they know it's the guy, so there you go.
They do, yeah. And so, anyway, I feel like today we all can relax a little bit and have a good year ending. And I know that you can, because you've worked your ass off, but you have, and you've shown pure dedication.
All right.
You have.
Yeah.
And I'm not kissing your ass, and I'm just telling you the truth. Hold your head high.
All right.
And that's why I watch you. So
I mean, I get a lot
thanks.
of hate out there, like on Reddit and shit.
You know what? They're
crazy.
Jealous. Those haters are jealous.
They make
They're
it
not
sound
humble
like,
people.
You know what they say? It's like, well, it doesn't really matter, but there's these sites out there that predict what your income is on YouTube based on like a really small little window, and they put it out there, and then they go, look at that, wow. I mean, but here's the thing: even if I made $500,000 and I donated, at that point I'd be donating like $200,000. Would people be angry? I mean, it's like I could do whatever the hell I want. Yeah, I mean, but like the people that are rational-minded people would realize, wow, that's $200,000 that never would have been given.
Yes.
Exactly. But I don't make anywhere
Exactly.
near that much money. I mean, it's not even close. It's like
you're because this is your passion. That's the difference.
Mm-hmm.
That's the difference between you and the rest. And I have not found anyone else that has pure passion for what you do in a slow and steady way. And yes, I want you to get to 100,000. But guess what? If you don't, in my mind, you're at 200,000. People are just they think they already subscribed and they didn't, or whatever. If I could get my dog to subscribe, I would.
Yeah.
He watches it every night with me. So
Yeah.
anyway,
Well, thank you.
Happy New Year to you and yours.
Well, you too.
And thanks for taking my call,
Well, it was very. What was your first name again?
Pamela, and I'm from Houston,
Pamela.
Texas.
Pamela from Houston. All right.
That's it, Bubba. That's it.
All right.
So
the home of
listen,
Clyde Drexler.
yeah.
He was one of my childhood heroes. The Clyde Drexler from Fly Slamma Jamma.
Oh
he was on the
yeah.
Blazers.
See, we're in that same era.
Yeah, that's right. That's what I'm talking
There
about.
you have it.
All right.
There you go.
All right.
All right. Well,
Have a good one.
I'll maybe call back when I get something more interesting to talk about. But
well, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Well, thank you.
And thanks for taking my call.
Yep.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Hey, Cindy J, what are you talking about up there where it says, Melanie, it was the house he was arrested at. Crazy. What are you talking about? What are you referring to up there? Yeah, he just had the car with him. And why wouldn't you keep the car with him? He lives 2,500 miles away. He's not worried about it. You know, he was like, wow, I'm 2,500 miles away. They're not going to find me. I don't think it's that strange. But I only see that he has one sister, and I found his father, the sister, and none of them reference another person. They only have those three people are listed on all three of the Ben verified things. All right, call in user. Hello, who's this?
I already have an investigative notebook, and I want to send you some more money, but I'm the low
You don't have to
tech
send me anything.
oldest listener.
Yeah,
Do you
well-
remember me?
Well, it seemed like it was a long time ago.
Yeah, I sent you a check to your house because I didn't know how to use the internet. So I want to press the button to subscribe, and I just want to know if I do that, will my real name or what's on my email, will that be displayed where people can see it?
Oh, if you let's see, if you subscribe, it won't be. But if you go into the chat, you can change your username. If you go into the chat and type, well, what is your username on YouTube? Do you have a different one or?
I don't know. I tell you, I'm the lowest tech, and I don't want to. I just thought maybe some other really old low tech people were listening, and they because of it's a special day, and I don't want to take up a lot of time.
Oh,
But I
okay.
just want to say, long time listener, listen to you all the time. Really appreciate you, and I thought it's time to send more money. Why not? But
Oh, you don't have to,
I don't
but
know
I
how to
appreciate
do it.
That's okay.
On your site, and so maybe somebody there that could talk to me off the mic, and then I could just get this taken care of. I don't know how to do it.
Well, you could send me an email. I'll send you an email back.
I can say if I email you through the site, and that's just private.
Well, yeah, if you send me just an email to me, it goes right to me. The GRAY.
Okay.
You know, you have the email. It's
Okay.
GRAY, and then H as in Harry, and then U. Z
Yeah.
as in zebra, and then E.
Yep.
And then 2 at
Mhm.
gmail.com. So GRAYHUZE2 at gmail.com.
I'm going to do it, and it's going to be worth it.
Well, you can just send me an email.
Have a good day. Thank you for being there.
Or you were going to talk about the case. All right. Well, cool. Awesome. Well, thank you.
No, I'm more interested in what you have to say about it. So
All
I've
right.
been listening for a couple of hours, and I didn't have to wait so long. So Happy New Year, and I'm sending you something big. Bye.
Oh, okay. All right. Thanks. Bye. Wow, that was nice. I don't know what to say there, but hey, thank you very much. All right. Let's see. Got one more here. iPhone. Oh, she was so nice. iPhone, you're on. This will be the last one. I got to sort of get ready. Make sure I got the links and everything. iPhone. Got 10 seconds. Hello, iPhone. iPhone. I can see you sitting there, but you're not speaking. I'm going to do a 10-second countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, they're already out of here. Good. Yeah, I don't want her sending me some crazy, huge number or anything like that. Man, we want to. I'll make sure she doesn't. Yeah, she was really nice. That's some really nice callers. Even though my personality is the way it is, people seem to not, either people hate me or they love the way I do it. So I guess you can hate me if you want to, but we do a lot of good here. So if you're new here and you're just watching for the first time, I'll just tell you, since January 2020, from the income from the channel, it's not like, so it's actually, painful, you know what I mean? But it feels good. It's like a exercise or something. But, it's not, we don't do fundraisers. What it is the freaks take care of me. They make sure that I do 3-4 hour shows every single day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, maybe 2 or 3 days off total the whole year. And they take care of me. And then because of your guys' generosity, I try to donate over 50% of the net revenue. And we have donated since January 2020. Well, I'll just tell you, in 2020, we donated $22,000 from my income, from the channel, right? Then 2021, we got to $42,500. And this year, so far, we've donated $55,750 from my income. And we're at $120,250 since January 2020. Okay, so it's weird when people care so much, like, well, Greg, come on, man, you're just... Well, what do you mean? There's other channels out there that get super chats like a slot machine and give nothing, okay? And so we try to make a difference here. We have a DNA fund that's really kicking ass, and there you go. It just drives me batty that there's people out there like that. I guess on the super chat button you can donate memberships, and thank you up there, Kubi, for doing that. FBI won't disclose a lot in order to get a fair trial and unbiased jury. The trial will be very interesting. Yeah. Well, hopefully there will be a probable cause document released at some point. It's got to get out there. Oh, yeah, you can't do it on the phone, I guess. There's a lot of weird stuff with iPhones, by the way. I guess that's true, Bell S. It's funny, too, when you go on the Reddit, you'll go, I can't stand Gray, but he does a lot of really good stuff out there. You know what I mean? I can't stand the guy. But he does really good maps, and he gives a lot away to charities and stuff like that. So you can't call him this and you can't call him that. But man, just admit it. You like me, man. I know it's cool and neat to say that you don't, but just be honest. I'm bracing myself for what I know will be very little. Yeah. I mean, what they're going to say is, today we've arrested Bryan Kohberger of Pennsylvania on charges of murder. Thank you very much, and have a nice day. Actually, what you're going to see is like a lot of handshaking and like congratulations to people, but probably not a lot of detail. They might give us information about how he was found. Like maybe the white Elantra, a tip that came in, something like that. Yeah, and Happy New Year. Yeah, right. Yeah. And so it's, you know, it's good for the family because now they don't have to just keep wondering and wondering and wondering. And it won't be until the trial's over where they could have totally exhale. You know, if they're going to be, and that might be a couple of years from now. Welcome, Evan McKean. What am I checking the email for, Jen? God, I check my email all the time. I get 17,000 emails. So you want me to check it, and I've got nothing from a Jen. So what do you want me to look at, Jen? Is that really it? Okay, hold on. Your affiant, Pennsylvania trooper, 2009. I have served. On Thursday, December 30th, 2022, the Pennsylvania State Police were assisting the Moscow Police Department, Moscow, Idaho, Moscow State Police, and Federal Bureau of Investigation with a criminal homicide investigation. On the same date, Bryan C. Kohberger was taken into custody in Chestnut Hill Township, Monroe County, Pennsylvania, based upon an active arrest warrant for murder in the first degree issued through the Moscow Police Department in Latah County. That's not really a probable cause anything. It's a criminal complaint. I mean, it says probable cause, but it doesn't describe like a judge looking at this wouldn't go, okay, this is the wrong header here. There's no way in hell that's a probable cause document. There's nothing in that document that states why somebody's being arrested. There's no probable cause. And Robert Ives told me how to read these things better. You get what I'm saying? Can anybody tell me what the probable cause is in this document right here? Anybody? There's nothing in there. Thanks, Daniel Goshen. And sorry, thanks for everybody that's sending super chats today. I haven't been able to catch them all because of just all the emails and things coming in. Okay, so it's going to be on this YouTube live stream right here. So I think I can play it because it's the city of Moscow. They released it for everybody to watch, and I think they're okay with that. All right, so I'm going to use that when it comes in. Thank you, 3 amigos. And what did Cairo? Where's Cairo? Thanks, Cairo. My name's Gray. But he's like a brother, you know, a little brother there. He's it's one of those damn. Hey, 3 amigos, when you type in, where is Cairo in the chat? I don't see him. I don't get it. But it's those damn blue Nikes that he wears. Well, thank you, Lauren. I appreciate it. I'll be Chewbacca if you want me to be. I know. Incel's becoming the new narcissist. Everybody's an incel. Hey, I learned a new word. Let's say it over and over again. Yep.
It's a house!
Yep. So we got 12 minutes, you guys. Boom chakalaka. And then later I'll come back on. We'll do the press conference, maybe talk for a minute or so, and then I'll come back on later. But go grab yourself a coffee or something, because we're going to... It's coming. This is not this cannot be an affidavit of probable cause. You guys agree with that? What on here states the probable cause in the case? And it is page 1 of 1. There isn't more pages here. It could just be a secondary probable cause, like this is why we're arresting him, because there's an arrest warrant from Idaho, and the Idaho probable cause is the one that explains everything. I get it. I think that might make sense. Does that make sense to you guys? Like, this is the Pennsylvania's probable cause is that Idaho State Police have an arrest warrant for this person. Okay, I guess that makes sense. Okay. So I didn't realize they did things like that, but it sounds like the Pennsylvania's probable cause is the fact that Idaho has an arrest warrant out, and then there probably would be a probable cause on their behalf too. Just a guess. Hey, cool, Lip76. Hope you're not a troll. A few trolls have gotten channel memberships lately. So very cool. Yeah. Around at 25, a lot of it's your long live stream. Don't drag out, just say the same shit over and over and over and over and over and over and over. Yeah. Well, I have callers and... Now listen, everybody, have you considered the fact that the noise complaint was made by a sorority sister, a house that a sorority sister lived in, the same nefarious sorority sisters who didn't include Kaylee in a photograph they took together? That's obviously... There's something very, very nefarious about that. Thank you, Mary Glaviano and Katzen. Yeah, we talked about how ridiculous it was 2 days ago. And people should... That's just so embarrassing, you know? There's no legitimacy at all to... So here's what it is. People would find all the body camera footage so that they could... have some video to talk about. But the only way to make it worthwhile to get that body camera footage that is absolutely irrelevant from 2.5 months ago, or 4.5 months ago now, is to invent stories surrounding what you see in the body camera footage. All right, let me play this. I gotta get a little bit more upbeat here. We get the this music. Yes. From the green forests of the Pacific Northwest, I bid you all good evening, or good morning, as the case may be. Yes, there's been an arrest made in the Idaho 4 murder case. An absolute wacko named Bryan Kohberger. We'll see the press conference here in just a few minutes. While I go try to eat something really fast. What's going on, freaks? Alright. Hey, thanks, Garden Girl. Four minutes and 35 seconds. Yeah, we need the original one from Idaho. What's this thing? They're searching a property in a gating community. Yeah, that's why there's no street view. Oh, looks like it's starting here. Hold on. It's live right now. Yeah, there we go. I don't have an email from you, Anna. And this is live right now. But it's also not one yet. Somebody said he's on Snapchat. I don't know. And thanks for all the PayPals in here from Victor, Karen H. Oh, those are from yesterday, sorry. Some of them are. Today is from Erica B. Happy New Year. Appreciate you so very much, knowing that I have your show to look forward to. Okay, it's coming. It's helped me.
Thank you for coming today. Last night, in conjunction with the Pennsylvania State Police, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, detectives arrested 28-year-old Bryan Christopher Kohberger in Albrightsville, Pennsylvania, on a warrant for murders of Ethan, Zana, Madison, and Kaylee. I want to personally thank these agencies for their assistance in this case. Kohberger resides in Pullman, Washington, and is a graduate student at Washington State University. We will provide as much information as we can about the extradition to Idaho and the criminal process. However, due to Idaho state law, we are limited in what information we can release today until Kohberger has his initial appearance in Idaho court. I want to express my appreciation to our local community, the people of Idaho, and those throughout our nation who provided information to help us investigate these murders has been very impressive. We've received over 19,000 tips, and we've conducted over 300 interviews. To recap this case, on the evening of November 12th, Kaylee and Madison arrived home at about 1:56 a.m. after visiting a local bar and street food vendor. Ethan and Zana were at the Sigma Chi house before arriving home around 1:45 a.m. The two surviving roommates had also been in the community but returned around 1 a.m. On the morning of November 13th, a 911 call was made at 11:58 a.m., reporting an unconscious person at the residence. The call came from inside the home from one of the surviving roommates' cell phones. Moscow police responded and found 2 victims on the 2nd floor and 2 victims on the 3rd floor. On November 17th, autopsies were conducted, and the Latah County coroner confirmed the identity of the 4 victims. The cause and manner of death was homicide by stabbing. Some had defensive wounds, and each had been stabbed multiple times. These murders have shaken our community, and no arrest will ever bring back these young students. However, we do believe justice will be found through the criminal process. This was a very complex and extensive case. We developed a clear picture over time, and we stand assured that the work is not done, but be assured the work is not done. This has just started. Since November, we have remained laser focused on pursuing every lead in our pursuit of justice for the victims and their families. I recognize the frustration with the lack of information that's been released. However, providing any details in this criminal investigation might have tainted the upcoming criminal prosecution or alerted the suspect of our progress. We will continue to provide as much information as we can as the process moves forward. Today, I want to specifically thank our dedicated Moscow Police Department detectives, patrol officers, the Idaho State detectives, the Idaho State troopers, and their crime lab technicians and scientists, and the Federal Bureau of Investigation for the resources and personnel to conduct this massive investigation. It was the dedication of them and the persistence and the numerous hours that led to an arrest. Fortunately, these highly skilled people worked together as a cohesive team to solve this case. I also want to thank our community and the nation. Over the past 6 weeks, I've been continually reminded of how much our community cares. Locally, public support has been exceptional with kind words, food for investigators, and letters of support. You will never know how much your words of encouragement help us through these trying times. I appreciate each of you and each of your kindness. Agencies and individuals from across the nation have reached out to us to express their support to this department. I'm reminded how our Moscow community, our families, and the nation has been impacted by this daily. Finally, I do want to thank our media partners for the help. You kept this in the news. You helped us with tips. You kept things going, and we truly appreciate that. And you are the product of those 19,000 tips that we received, which is an impressive number. I would like to invite Bill Thompson, the county prosecutor, up at this time.
Good afternoon, folks. My name is Bill Thompson. I'm the Latah County prosecutor. And it's sad to be here, but happy to be here at the same time. As Chief Fry indicated, a criminal complaint was filed yesterday here in Latah County, charging the defendant, Mr. Kohberger, with 4 counts of first-degree murder, in addition to felony burglary, which involves entering the residence with the intent to commit the crime of murder. Mr. Kohberger, and let me preface, there is a pending case now in court, and I and my office and the investigators have to live with the restrictions that our Supreme Court places on pretrial publicity. That said, I promise you we will share with you through the court process or otherwise whatever we are allowed to. I just appreciate your patience on that. The factual basis for the charges are summarized in what's called a probable cause affidavit that is on file with the court. According to the rules of the Idaho Supreme Court, that is sealed until Mr. Kohberger is physically back in Latah County and has been served with the Idaho arrest warrant. At that time, we expect that that affidavit will be available to you so you can share the true facts with all of your readers and your watchers and your listeners and all of the people who are interested and really need to know what's going on. So please have patience with us on that. We hope to get that to you as soon as we can. As far as Mr. Kohberger, I can share with you that he is a graduate student at Washington State University and has an apartment residence over at Pullman. He has had an initial appearance in front of a judge in Pennsylvania. He is being held without bond, and the warrant from our magistrate judge here also provides for no bond. We understand that he's scheduled to be back in court in Pennsylvania next Tuesday afternoon, and that a public defender has been appointed for him there. The process at this point is, since he was arrested in another state, he has the opportunity to either waive extradition and return voluntarily to the state of Idaho, or if he prefers not to waive extradition, then we will initiate extradition proceedings through our governor's office. If we do that, it can take a while for him to get here. So again, I'm asking for your patience and understand that's just the way the system works. Once he gets here, he'll have an initial appearance with our magistrate. They'll deal with issues such as making sure competent counsel is representing him, and the case will be scheduled for further hearings. Your primary source of factual information is going to be the court record, because that's what the Supreme Court says we need to refer you to. So please pay attention to what's going on in court and have people there to watch and hear what's being said. As an attorney, myself and my office, we are limited on what we are allowed by the courts to say outside of the courtroom. So please just work with us. Finally, as the chief indicated, this is not the end of this investigation. In fact, this is a new beginning. Y'all now know the name of the person who has been charged with these offenses. Please get that information out there. Please ask the public, anyone who knows about this individual, to come forward, call the tip line, report anything you know about him to help the investigators and eventually our office and the court system understand fully everything there is to know about not only the individual, but what happened and why. Next, I'll introduce Colonel Ked Wells from the Idaho State Police. Thank you.
Well, good afternoon. My name is Kedrick Wills. I serve as the director of the Idaho State Police and certainly want to express our appreciation for your attendance here today. These tragic murders took 4 young, vibrant lives from our community. Nothing we do can bring them back. The only thing that we can do in law enforcement to honor their memories that we know of is to bring this to a successful conclusion. This has been a very difficult time for the families, the university, the community, and the state of Idaho. However, it is also proven that communities come together in tough times. Certainly appreciate the support of the local community and our national audience that has been following us as our investigators have worked through this case. I'm thankful also to you, the media partners, who have helped keep this case in the forefront that generates the tips and we hope will continue to generate information that will help us to a conclusion of this proceeding. I'd like to express our appreciation on behalf of the Idaho State Police to Chief Fry, his leadership, and the entire Moscow Police Department for the way that they handled this from the very beginning. He directed the right people to the right positions that led us to this conclusion today. I've had the utmost confidence in this investigation and in Chief Fry, as well as in Mr. Bill Thompson and the Latah County Prosecutor's Office, who've been a great partner throughout this. Nothing has deterred the commitment of the investigators who've worked on this case, regardless of the organization they represent. It's been very trying and very difficult, as you know, that it has been on those investigators as they do the tedious work that they're so good at doing. The partnerships is what's led here as well. The partnerships between Moscow Police Department, I'd like to express our appreciation with the Federal Bureau of Investigation, specifically the special agent in charge out of the Salt Lake City Division, Dennis Rice, and also the work that happened in the last 24 hours in Pennsylvania with the arrest with the Pennsylvania State Police and Colonel Evanchik with the Pennsylvania State Police. We appreciate what they've done across the nation to help us as well. As Bill shared, this investigation is far from over. In fact, I appreciate what he shared, that this is not an ending, but rather a new beginning. The difference now is, as he shared, that we are dictated what information we can share by the court process and by laws in our state of Idaho. And so we will share, as he shared, Mr. Thompson is absolutely committed to share everything he can share through the court process. We've got to make sure that we don't get in front of that process. And we really deeply appreciate everybody's support here. The relationships that were forged here and the partnerships that were forged have led to this. And based on that is why we're here today. And we continue to believe that the best way we can honor these 4 lives that have been taken is to make sure that we have a successful outcome here. One of the partnerships that's been forged throughout this is a partnership with the University of Idaho. And on that, I'd like to introduce the president of the University of Idaho, Mr. Scott Green.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Scott Green, President of the University of Idaho. Today's news of arrest is a welcome one. It's relief to our university, our community, and our extended Vandal family. The outpouring of support over the past 6 weeks helped sustain us during the most trying time. It provided the strength that helped us navigate the international scrutiny visited on our students and employees. We are truly thankful for the compassion and acts of kindness shown to our community. Kindness is contagious, and it provided the light that reclaimed ground lost to evil and darkness. We first want to acknowledge and thank Governor Little for the early promise of financial support that enabled the university to secure our campus and focus on helping our students and our employees in the wake of the crimes. We also appreciate the Idaho State Police and the highly visible security presence that brought comfort and calm to a community shocked and confused by the senseless crimes. We never lost faith that this case would be solved and are grateful for the hard work of the Moscow Police Department and their law enforcement partners. Vast and committed FBI resources brought important expertise to this complex case. Across the board, dedicated, highly competent personnel worked this case to arrest. This crime has nevertheless left a mark on our university, our community, and our state. While we cannot bring back Maddie, Kaylee, Zaina, and Ethan, we can thoughtfully and purposefully carry their legacy forward in the work that we do. Our students come first, and that was proven each and every day of this investigation. We are committed to safely delivering the college town atmosphere, campus experience, and high-touch quality education for which the University of Idaho is known. With time, we will heal. We will move forward together, and we will remain Vandal strong. With that, I'd like to turn it back over to Chief Fry.
So now we will open the floor to questions. However, I want to remind everyone, as Prosecutor Bill Thompson explained, any factual information regarding the arrest of Kohberger is currently sealed per Idaho law and will not be released until he has appeared in an Idaho court. Please formulate your questions accordingly. I recognize there are a lot of questions, and I will try to answer as many of them as I can.
Is there an evergreen or Argonaut reporter?
Lauren Patterson, Northwest Public Broadcasting, Spokane Public Radio. I realize the records are sealed. I guess I'm not too familiar with how it works, but can you tell us what tip, what lead, what piece of evidence really led you all the way from Idaho to the suspect in Pennsylvania?
As I've said in the past, that's part of our investigation, and we won't be releasing that this time. We will have those answers. We'll have them as soon as we can make those available to you.
Then a quick follow-up and a two-parter. Is our community safe, or is law enforcement still on the search for other suspects who might be involved in this attack?
What I can tell you is we have an individual in custody who committed these horrible crimes, and I do believe our community is safe, but we still need to be vigilant, right? We still have talked about this in the past. We always need to be aware of our surroundings and make sure that we're aware of what's going on.
Hi, Chief. How soon into the investigation did police and law enforcement begin to spot Mr. Kohberger as a potential suspect? And a follow-up, how many tips, if you can say, were specifically related to Mr. Kohberger?
To the tip part, honestly, I can't answer that question, so I'm not even going to speculate on that. On the other part, that's part of our investigation, and it will come out. I'd like the mic to please come right over here.
Thank you. Dana Griffin with NBC News. Can you confirm that Kohberger asked whether or not anyone else had been arrested when he was in custody?
I cannot confirm that, or I'm not sure of that information, but that would still be a part of our investigation.
Did CODIS initially return any hits on this guy?
That's still part of our investigation. That will come out. If we could get somebody over here, please.
And then one final question. Is there any message to the online sleuths who slandered and harassed people who they believed were responsible?
There was a lot of speculation going on, and we've always said from the very beginning that we're the official message that comes out, and to pay attention to what we're putting out there to the press.
I'm Nancy Liu with News Nation, and we were over at the house this morning, and you told us that the remediation would begin today. It was suddenly stopped. Can you tell us why?
Yes. The house cleanup has been halted, and that came by a legal request from the court.
Christina Corbin, Fox News. Chief, have you identified a motive?
That is part of the investigation, and that will come out as we continue the investigation. But what we still ask is for people to continually send us things in the tip line. We are still looking for more information. We're still trying to build that picture, just like we have stated all along. We're putting all the pieces together, and that will help.
Chief Veronica Miracle with CNN. Any indication that the suspect knew the victims?
That's part of the investigation as well. It won't be something that will come out at this point in time, but as we continue the investigation and as this case goes to trial, that will be brought forth.
Have you spoken to the families? Can you tell us what they've told you today?
Are you talking the victims' families? Yeah, we have reached out to the victim's family as we always do. We've done that daily, and we've continued to have contact with them.
Of course, it was the victim's family. What are you talking about?
Hey, Nate Sanford, you mentioned earlier that you're still seeking tips about Bryan and that people should still share whatever information they have. Can you speak at all about what specifically people should be reaching out for, like if they know something?
I would say anything and everything. As we've said all along, we know what tips we're looking for. We will take those tips and we will have professionals look at those and decide which pieces of those we need to use for our case. So we ask that everybody would do that.
Angela Palermo, Idaho Statesman. Your department and other investigators on the case took a lot of flack for keeping information close to your chest. Are you glad that you did that? And were you worried about tipping the suspect off?
I will 100% stand behind the way that we handled this investigation. And this all started from day one with our patrol officers arriving on scene, locking down the scene, us calling in the Idaho State Police, us calling in the FBI, and keeping information that was pertinent to this case very, very tight. We want to have a situation where when this goes to trial, there is no doubt that we've done everything right and we've slowed down and we've continued to slow down. We'll continue to do that.
Hey, Chief. Have you guys found the murder weapon or the Hyundai Elantra?
So we are still looking for all pieces of evidence, but we are still looking for the weapon. And I will say that we have found an Elantra.
Stephanie Becker with CNN. Can you tell what it was like when you got the phone call when the police told you that they had your suspect?
I can tell you, for a lot of law enforcement, it was a fairly sleepless couple of days with as we were leading up to everything that we were doing. But what I can tell you is I have faith in those agencies across the nation. I have faith in our officers. I have faith in the FBI, and they did a great job. But sure, there was some times, even throughout the day, that we were always concerned.
Hi, Chief. Don, you're back at CBS News. Can you talk a little bit more about the suspect's connection to Pennsylvania?
All I know is that he lives in Pennsylvania.
Chief Guy Tannenbaum from Nonstop Local KHQ in Spokane. More about the Elantra. We saw reports that you mentioned that you recovered an Elantra, but can you specify where that was found? And we know that that was one of the biggest pieces of information you were asking from the public to tip. Were you able to provide an information on whether those tips led to this seizure of an Elantra?
That's still part of the investigation that will come out in the future.
Chief Glenn Mosley, Idaho Public Radio here in Moscow. The additional police presence in town and on campus, semester's coming. Is that going to continue?
You will continue to see state troopers in the area. You know, we're talking to Latah County as well. You will see a presence of us that we're always have up on campus. We have assigned officers to that. So you will continue to see a law enforcement presence. I'm going to take two more questions.
Hi, Chief. Julie Scott, ABC News. Can you tell us if you eventually had a license plate number to the Elantra and how you tracked it to Pullman?
That's still part of the investigation that will come out.
I can answer any of those questions.
Chief, hi, Matt Lovelace with the Murrow College of Communication. I want to ask about Mr. Kohberger as a graduate student at WSU. Are you aware of if he returned to campus after November 13th? And have you had any communication with departments on the WSU campus about his attendance?
No, thank you,
So
Melanie.
some of that is going to be followed up as we continue our investigation. We'll be asking some of those questions, but that'll
Are you joking, Melanie?
come out in the near future. So what I do want to do is I want to thank you all. You really have been the national voice for us. You've given us the opportunity to get many, many tips. And I do appreciate everything you've done, and we'll continue to look forward to working with you in the future on this. So I'd like to thank you for that, and thank you for your time.
Oh, that was it. That was it. They're walking out. Okay. All right. Well, there you go, everybody. That is, that's it. This is the wacko. It sounds like they're going to give out in a probable cause pretty soon here. You know, the information. The guy with the big beard, I think he's the prosecutor, he seemed to state that that's going to be coming out, and that's going to be awesome. I mean, as soon as I get that, you guys, that's when you want to watch a channel like mine, because I'll be able to put it all together on the screen in a way that makes sense. All right? Using maps and everything. Timing. You'll see it all. What we know now, things that we've heard, I guess. I mean, I guess we can't say 100%, but it sounds like at around 3:45. Remember the white Elantra that was zipping by going this way, heading east on Highway 8? Right there. It also had gone by this A&W camera right here. And then if you look at that, that leads right into this area, which seems to sort of match the time that the vehicle might have left that house. Yeah. Yeah, I heard about the 4chan thing. I'm not reading it. But it did mention Pennsylvania somehow, so that was kind of weird. Wow, who did all the gifting? 50? Man, that was well, that was very generous of you. That costs a lot of money, you guys. Well, thank you very much, PS, for gifting 50 memberships, and 10 of them are probably trolls, but hopefully the rest of you stick around. So it looks like, wow, look at all those. Moonlit Dreams, why not? Look at all these people that got memberships here. Jenna, Sandy 30236, Anna, CJK, Annie Coco, Stereophonic Mom, Skylar McLeod, Mealy, well, not that one. Oh, you're just in that mix there. LaSleuth, Sniper 79, YouTube, little bit, Kate, blah, 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 blah. A whole bunch of them. 50. That was very cool. Thank you. Yeah, you guys, make sure to hit that subscribe button. Let's go. Let's go. Come on. We're trying to get to 100,000. We're at 99, 292. You know, maybe if we can get up to 99, 3 something before the show's over, we can make some more progress this evening, and then maybe get, I mean, I'm so looking forward to it because I've got, that's why I have my 3D model, you guys. See, people always go, what good is the 3D? Well, what it does is, when they give us the information, I will then be able to almost immediately, let me just show you currently. So here's my 3D model. Took a lot, this is my second build of it. The first floor I had right from the beginning, so I just kind of tweaked it a little bit. As you can see, so this is it right here. This is the outside of the house. Okay? Then you go through the front door here. Then just to the right is a room that it looked like it was being used for storage when they had body camera footage there. But they've been saying that both the girls were, the roommates that lived were on the first floor here. This is the other room that was down there. Okay? Then after you go, and this is a, to the left right here is a, I think this is a bathroom, and this is a utility room, or vice versa. I don't know which one is which, actually. Then, and wouldn't that be interesting if that's where, if it's true that the killer was heard washing themselves, if they did it down here, and maybe one of the roommates looked out the door and saw the person. Then you go up the stairs. And then earlier I had Ethan right here, but I changed it up a little bit where he's now in the room here on the ground, and the bed's over there. Now I don't know for certain if the bed's over here, but I just want to show you something. So here's where Zaina would be, right? And if we hit the go up from above, let's see. Yeah, let me take the roof off of 2 there. Hold on, and you can see it. So look where Zaina would be on this bed. Let's just say, I'm just throwing it out there, but we'll get to hear specific information. But watch this. That piece of cement that had the blood coming out outside was right there. So look at, see how that's makes sense. That's where that would have came out. Yeah. I gotta get some music playing. It's driving me nuts. And then you go in here. Let me go back to the camera footage. Or the head camera is what I meant to say. So there she is right there. And then there's another room right here that it's possible one of those surviving roommates lived in right there, okay? Then you go up the stairs. And then this is Kaylee's room. Now, this is where I put a dog that doesn't look like Murphy. Murphy is a probably a Labradoodle, but I didn't have one of those. Okay, so Murphy might have been in that room. And this would be the room where Kaylee and Madison were both in this room right here, okay? But we'll be able to dial all this in. And let me just show you, like, if we go down to the... I mean, it's pretty easy to move things around. Like, for example, in this one, if I took this off here, as soon as we get the information, I'll just be able to grab onto Ethan right here and say, okay, yeah, he was actually like over in the corner. Like I could move him over here, something like that. And, you know, she was closer to the wall. Let's say they say it like that. And then I can just immediately move people around and put them where they might have been. See how that works? So that's why you take the time to build these things. Okay. See, I'm not really sure what people are saying when they want me to look at... He made a video that was on Instagram or something. But people never send me links. They go, great, did you check the video out on Instagram? And it's like, no. Cops are still searching for murder weapon used by Idaho murder suspect as he's charged with 4 counts of murder. Arrest comes after officers trace white Hyundai to his Pennsylvania address and cross-matches DNA found at the scene. I wonder if that's known. Is that some leak? Moscow police are still searching for murder weapon used by Idaho murder suspect as he is charged with 4 counts of murder. Chief James Fry confirmed that Bryan Christopher Kohberger, 28, has been charged with 4 counts of first-degree murder and 1 count of felony burglary, which he committed with the intention to kill University of Idaho students. He added that Kohberger was taken into custody by SWAT team at a property in Albrighton, Pennsylvania at 3 a.m. on Friday morning. Kaylee Gonzalez, 21, Madison Mogan, 21, and Zaina Kernodle, 20, were stabbed to death in Moscow, Idaho on November 13th with Zaina's freshman boyfriend. Oh, I thought he was more older. He was 20 years old. Ethan Chapin also killed in the massacre. During a press conference on Friday, authorities confirmed that a white Hyundai Elantra... Man, they put this article out quick. I mean, they just... Law enforcement sources told CNN that his DNA was discovered, that's what we said, was discovered at the scene of the crime, with officers managing to track down who owned the car seen in the area. And, God, didn't I say this before the show started? I mean, I think even before the show started today, I said they likely tracked down the Elantra. They have DNA from the crime scene, and then they were able to get a DNA sample of his and compare it to that, and that was him. Man, I'm almost psychic, you know. Let me hold on a second. Doop. Gilligan, little buddy. Doop. Man. Bat shit. Okay, there it is. Bat shit right at the end. Unbelievable. And I wasn't even using a spirit box. It's crazy, you guys. Unbelievable. Man. Gilligan, little buddy. No, the tarot cards don't work, okay? They suck, chai tea. All right. Let's see. He was kept under surveillance. Now, let's see. Authorities then discovered that he had left the area and traveled to Pennsylvania. Wait, law enforcement sources told CNN that his DNA was discovered at the scene of the crime, with officers managing to track down who owned the car seen in the area of the slayings. Authorities then discovered that he had left the area and traveled to Pennsylvania, where an FBI surveillance team had been tracking the 6-foot-tall man. So he's 6 foot tall, I guess. He was under surveillance with the FBI watching him 4 days while investigators from Moscow police and Idaho State Police worked to get an arrest warrant. Friday's sensational arrest is the first major break in the case, with Kohberger asking if anyone else was arrested. Kohberger has no prior arrests according to public records, so it's unclear how officials got hold of his DNA. Well, maybe they got a search warrant, sort of, and were able to, I don't know, like surreptitiously get it from the, his residence or something, because they already knew that it was his vehicle. His aunt told New York Post that he was above and beyond being vegan and obsessively forced his family to buy new... What? Kohberger has no prior arrests according to public records, so it's unclear how officials got a hold of his DNA. His aunt told the New York Post that he was above and beyond being vegan and obsessively forced his family to buy new pots and pans, which had not touched meat. On Friday, a chilling survey created by Kohberger asking ex-criminal how they felt while committing their crimes reemerged. It came as police then halted a cleanup effort at the murder house, with efforts to return it to its original state paused at news Kohberger's arrest. Well, it seemed like they were already aware of the arrest imminently when they decided to clean the house, so it must have been some other legal reason a request was made. Hey, can you guys pause that? We might need to keep looking at something. And I think that's what they're doing. So if you clean it up, because yesterday's the date he said they were going to clean it up, right? So don't you think it's pretty obvious that that is what they were just going to do anyways when an arrest was imminent? But then somebody thought of something, or we don't really know, but there was a legal request made to pause the cleanup. You know what I'm saying? Let me see this New York Post thing. OCD eating meat. The suspect in the stabbing deaths of 4 University of Idaho students worried his family with his bizarre eating habits, according to a relative. Wow. Hope there's nothing to that. Speaking exclusively to the Post Friday, well, he's a vegan, so. Friday afternoon, a former aunt of Bryan Kohberger said his dietary restrictions were very, very weird. It was above and beyond being a vegan, said his aunt, who declined to be identified, but said she was previously married into the family. His aunt and uncle had to buy new pots and pans because he would not eat from anything that had ever had meat cooked in them. He seemed very OCD, obsessive, compulsive disorder about it. Yeah. Kohberger, 28, was arrested in a pre-dawn raid in Scranton, Pennsylvania, near there, Friday, in connection to the November 13th murders of Kaylee Gonzalez, 21, Madison Mogan, 21, Zana Kernodle, 20, and Ethan Chapin, 20, at an off-campus residence in Moscow, Idaho. Yeah, so now they're searching his apartment 10 miles from the crime scene. arriving at around 7:30 to cordon off the area. Bill Thompson, the Latah County prosecutor, was also seen outside the apartment alongside investigators gearing up with protective boots before heading into Kohberger's apartment. Man, that must have been a strange place in there. Kohberger is being held for extradition in a criminal homicide investigation. Sources say that authorities knew who they were looking for and hunted the suspect down to Pennsylvania in the Pocono Mountains, more than 2,400 miles from Idaho. News Nation reported that Kohberger had a quiet, blank stare when arrested by local cops. It is understood that Kohberger is a PhD college student at Washington State. Yeah, Washington State, and then, University of Idaho is different. Obviously. I mean, Washington State's in Pullman. According to the now deleted webpage, Kohberger attended the college in Pullman, a 15-minute drive. He graduated from DeSales University in Pennsylvania in May of 2022 with a Master of Arts in Criminal Justice. Why is it a Master of Arts? As part of his research, Kohberger posted an appeal for help on social media with his research. We showed that earlier. And there he is. He kind of looks the same all the time. I wonder if he actually smiles or makes any kind of faces. That authorities knew who they were looking for and hunted the suspect down to Pennsylvania. Yeah, so there's people that said that they saw like a TikTok video or something, but they never send them to me. So it's almost like I don't buy it, or an Instagram video or something, or an image. You think he's smiling in that picture? What are you talking about? That's a smile? It looks like he's just got a dull, doopy look on his face. You know, like he's closing his lips and he's got like... Man, if that's a smile... Well, how about this? Does it look like he's smiling in that picture? Right? Yeah, his eyes aren't smiling. Let's put it that way. Well, anyways, I think that's going to... I'm going to come back on later, all right? But I got to get out of here. I got to do something else. So, if you want to, hit the subscribe button and hit that notification bell so when I come on later, you can go ahead and hit it. But if you could do me a favor and hit that like button on the way out the door and the subscribe button, I would really appreciate it. Trying to get to 100,000. I'll get there regardless, but, you know, it would sure help a lot. So thank you. Let me go through. I'm going to try to end the show by reading through these super chats up here. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, maybe. I mean, today was a pretty good jump of like 400 or 500. But all right, I just want to make sure I thank everybody. So it might take a couple minutes here. All right, here we go. Yeah, we've got Emily Flotilla. I heard it here first. Melinda Moda Maiden for the month end and for excellent coverage of Idaho 4 Gray. Tony Egenois, Christy, Benji, we appreciate you, Gray. Kelly S, Blue Bell, Foggy Morn, Cat Eye, Christy Quasi, Terry, Michael G. Carolyn O'Laughlin. Rap Today. Gray. He worked at the Department of Criminal Justice and Criminology at WSU. Well, I think he was in school there, but thank you. Mom 457 Rose. Thank you, Gray, for this coverage. Liz Marie. Connie R. Simple Life Days. Cynthia Sanchez. Maybe there's still a connection if killer knew someone that was frequent visitor to the home. Marlene. Crystal, a.k.a. Beaver Gaming Sub Crystal. The longest name in YouTube history. Annie T. Mama 457 Rose. God bless our mods. You have your hands full today. That's true. It was a nightmare. WNC Granny. Candalee Woodward Stone. Shanna 360. I think she called in. Brianna 25. What is it they say on all those goofy law and crime dramas? The real psychos always have an interest in being law enforcement, don't they? So did this guy fancy himself the villain of the week on CSI or something? Insane. And Kathy S. Janelle Glover. Sherry Worthington. Corey Jones. Any connection to John Bonet? Have you researched? No, I have not. LMM. Ray. Carolyn EHS. Crystal Picciano. Caligal 3. Robert Richburg. Thank you for bringing back the background music, Ray. Adds a lot to the vibe of the show. Great day for the Idaho 4 case. Thank you. Caligal 3 said, bet he was at a frat party. And then Crystal said, maybe he's on the Asperger syndrome or something. Joey Zoom actually cried today when I saw the arrest. The guy was a PhD student at something and posted some hella crazy stuff online. I don't know, I haven't seen any of that yet. So if you guys know where that crazy stuff is online and the videos, make sure to send it to me in a link, alright? That was Jill Sanderson. So Jill Sanderson said, thank you for your balanced coverage. Did you hear about the Rebecca Schofield lawsuit? Yeah, I did. Yep, what an idiot. Canadian Cookie, Ultra Dark CEO, Share Gray out friends, get him over 100,000. Your Gypsy, Maybell Quintanilla. Let's see. Celeste said he looks like the guy in the recently released photo at the bar, the one that everyone said was the ex-Jack. B Sir. P.S. There are 3,283 people watching and only 1,200 likes. Well, now there's a pretty good number of likes. Miss Frellis. Maxine Van Dyke. Chasing Truth. Boom. Cheated No More. Or a W. Brianna 25. Marty McFly. Nicole. Emily Flotilla. Never Illa. I don't think I can get through all of these reading them, so I'm just going to. Mark Rogers. L. West. Thank you for the donations for Zena. We sent in $1,000 to Zena Kernodle's fund the other day too, so the endowment. Maybell Quintanilla, Leslie, Susie W, Emily Flotilla, Jess Trombley, Connie Lee, Steve Stubbs, Lynette Joy, AF, M Time, EDM Summer, Bundy Data, Pink. My spirit box just told me to donate $9.99. Yeah. $10.99. $10.99. $4.99. $2.99. Gilligan. Eugenie. Courtney Robb. Allie Cake. Allie S. Mama 457 Rose. Killing Me Softly.
Killing me softly with a song. You're killing me softly.
Would you shut the hell up, Mary Lou?
Gosh, Gray, I was just singing.
Well, you're going to have to wait on that one. Brianna 25. Salty Fishing Girl. Richard. Cheryl Bullock. Shelly Redrum Media. Renee Mitchell. Thank you for all you do. Kel S. Ray, can you check Facebook Messenger? Probably nothing, but who knows? Angie Y. Nicole. Mary Callahan. Kel S. Elaine Tolling. Georgina Stoliker. Rap Today. Mustang Sally. P.S. Steptoe Village Apartments. Yeah. Jen Allison. Diane Findley. LMM. Kel S. Janine Steyer with a cat eye. Thank you for supporting and championing genetic genealogy and solving cases. Yep. Sandy 30236. Kubi with a cat eye. Yay, she said. Bailey, Zila, Emily. Dawn. Brianna 25. Mama 457 Rose. You and your warrior mods are terrific, Gray. Yeah, the mods are, they were pretty busy today. Fran Key. Or Frankie. Christy Quasi. Helen's Booty Camp. Kindness Cake. Paul K. Pittsburgh's Best. Daniel Goshen. Alex Hendricks. Three Amigos. Shelly Ann. Brianna 25. Katzen. Mary Glaviano. Mary Glaviano. Texas Girl. Arlene C. Crystal A.K.A. Beaver Gaming. Sub Crystal. Ivan Victor. Lip 76. Cicada. You know, that little creature that you see in the Southwest on telephone poles in the summer. Garden Girl 9 with a cat eye. Evan McKean. Gamer 9757. Nicole with a cat eye. Reticent Robin. Simple Life Days. Ozzy Trisha. The Velvet Army. Hey, good to see you. Cat eye. David Hughes. Lisa Stricker. And Swerves. You guys are awesome. Thank you. And Taggy Girl. So I'm going to have to figure out how to do a spin or something on those, but I couldn't put them all in there. Maybe what I'll do, if you guys are okay. You guys okay, like, later I give away, like 10 memberships or something on the next show? Would you be okay with that? That way it's just sort of, oh, come on, Brian. You got to get your spin in there? What do you mean, no? What do you... Yeah, because then I don't have to... I mean, that would take, like, 2 hours to get all those names into a... God, Brian, you're mean, man.
Brian, you're so mean.
Shit, man. I'm gonna... Where is that? Hold on a second. I'm gonna put Brian in prison just for a minute here. That was... The heck is that one? There he is. Brian Joe is stuck behind bars. You can't see his eyes either because they're behind each of the bars. But there he is, man. Phew! Poor Brian. Oh, he is. Now that's a criminal, man. Look at that guy. Oh, that's pretty funny. Yeah, he isn't mean. I'm just goofing around. But anyways, yeah, we'll see you guys later this evening, all right? Oh, there you go. Look at that. Nicole got Bryan the hell out of there. Yeah, buy him the soap on a rope. It's awesome. So anyways, we will see you guys later this evening, all right? So, oh, there's some more for Bryan there. But thank you for all being here. That was a 5-hour and 10-minute live stream. Absolutely nuts, if you ask me. Crazy. But probably we'll come back on and maybe do a couple hours later, do a call-in or something. What do you guys think? All right? Cool. So we'll see you guys tomorrow. And as I always say, everybody, until next time, be safe out there. And a 1, and a 2, and a 3, and a 4, and a 5, and a...
Gosh, Gray, that was a long show.
It sure was, Mary Lou.
And during this
Very
whole
long
time,
show.
I have not seen one person that is
Hey, crime dissector, the projector, I'm a certified human lie detector. I'm gonna get ya on a stretcher if you try and play me like an old projector.
Crime sector is my nectar. Professor Gray is gonna give another lecture. Crime collector, freak connector, and I'm always gonna be a protector. Fool deflector, interceptor, and I'm meaner than a spectre with a vector on his pector. With all respect, y'all, just remember I've a temper fucking check ya.
Jeez, what's your favorite part, CD? Thank you.
I'm the pretender, and I'll serve it to you straight
without the blender.
And in the end, I'm gonna send ya on a mission to reveal the true offender.
No, he said he's coming back on later for a couple hours, TTGO, Tracy.
Yeah, TTGO. I said I was going to be on in a couple hours.
Yeah, I just said that.
Yeah, but I said it before.
No, you didn't, Gray. I said it before you did.
Oh, God. Here we go, everybody. Here we go. Here goes Mary Lou. Yeah, so we'll be back on probably around, I don't know, 5 o'clock or 6 or something. Maybe 5. Maybe I'll do 5 o'clock, maybe make it kind of early. You know, just do like a 2-hour show or something. Anyways, if you guys would please help hit the subscribe button, the like and share, that'd be awesome. But it was a pretty good day for subs and views and everything, so that's good. And we'll see you guys later, all right?
Goodbye, everybody. Gee.
Wow. Wow, that was absolutely a dramatic pause there, wasn't it? All right. So we'll see you guys later, and until next time, be safe out there.
Goodbye.
Oh, boy. Whew.